Welcome, everyone, to The Wizard of Radical Self-Respect. My name's Jared Mello, and I'm the Shepherd of Black Sheep. I see there's a good group of people here already. We got Tim, Bella, Phil Bradley, who is neither late nor early, as usual, just on time, just like wizards. Jennifer, independent journalists are starting to pull out of Tucson and no longer are waiting for something to break at the scene. JLR has cut his stream short. Maybe they are pulling out because they don't think too much more is going to happen with the case, or they're getting tired of nothing, I guess. So they want to move on to the next thing, perhaps. But there are some interesting things happening today. And for all I know, this might be the last day I cover it for a little bit too, by the way. Depending. Tim says, Jared, apologies about being wrong yesterday. Glove wasn't confirmed to have suspects. That is quite all right, Tim. I find it very admirable when people can admit they made a mistake. That is very good to me. So no harm, no foul. I think what happened was the way the thumbnails were titled really confused people. And they did that very purposefully, of course. They're trying to make it seem like, oh, match glove to the DNA. But it was like, actually, the DNA that was on the glove looks like the glove in the Nest Cam footage. Not quite the same, but I understand. Did you hear about the supposed 40 suspects? I heard that on his stream. Yeah, I heard something about that, considering with the gun stuff, right? I think that's what that was from. Jacqueline, welcome. Sarah, welcome. Gypsy, welcome. Does anyone really believe the sheriff? No, that's a good question. That's a good question. I half wonder if some of it is him being spiteful towards Ashley Banfield. Because him to say this, I'm going to read his statement. It's like, I'm Sheriff Nanos. I'm going to contradict Ashley Banfield at every turn. And I'm sure he's not very happy with those other two guys, too, that we went over that Brian Nitton interviewed. So we'll see how that goes. And News Nation had Brian and Maureen on. I couldn't believe I missed it, and now I can't find it. I don't know where they were, but they were talking. Montana, welcome. Danielle, welcome. JLR hadn't cut anything. He is resting at night until something comes up, but he's staying another week at least. Okay. Thank you, Wendy. Illinois in the house. And again, though, I was thinking maybe the sheriff is trying to do a chess move. I'll let everyone rest easy, right? And then see if they kind of blunder. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Christine, welcome. I appreciate you being here. I'm glad you found us. We have a great flock of black sheep here. Remember to like the video on your way in. Oh, all right. Everyone should give some good vibes to Danielle because Danielle's going into surgery this week. So the flock of black sheep is going to focus some good energy your way, Danielle. Toronto in the house. Love to travel from Ontario, Canada. Love to see it. There's a few Canadians in the chat. That's a good question, Lisa. I don't know how they can, especially considering they don't really have any suspects, right? They're going to go ahead and clear them all. It's interesting. Buffalo Bill covets. What does he covet, Clarice? Hello, Jared from Southeast America. How about that? I'm Northeast America. No, Tisha, welcome. Today, we're going to first read the sheriff's statement, and then we're going to pop into the videos talking about the current events in the Nancy Guthrie case. And this may or may not be, I might talk about Epstein tomorrow. We'll see. We will see. Ange, welcome. How are you? So let's first read the sheriff's tweet here because this is pretty important. Mac. Neither late nor early, Mac. You know that. K Beach, Colorado's in the house. What's shaking? So Pima County Sheriff's Department says, a statement from Sheriff Chris Nanos on the Nancy Guthrie investigation. To be clear, The Guthrie family, to include all siblings and spouses, that's the key word there too, right? All siblings and spouses, that means Tommaso, has been cleared as possible suspects in this case. The family has been nothing but cooperative and gracious and are victims in this case. To suggest otherwise is not only wrong, it is cruel. So he's basically saying, Ashley Banfield, you're not only wrong, you are being cruel. The Guthrie family are victims, plain and simple. Please, I'm begging you, the media, to honor your profession and report with some sense of compassion and professionalism. Now, me personally, I think Ashley Banfield does a very good job. So I'm not sure why he's going at her like that. Posted a video on our Facebook page. We believe that it may be related to the former employer. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So let's jump into this here, though. We got some News Nation things to go over first. But also, what did you think about the statement? Do you believe Sheriff Nanos? Or do you think he's just talking the talk? So press 1 in the chat if you believe Sheriff Nanos. Press 2 if you think he's talking the talk.
Begin our coverage with News Nation's Brian Enton live from Tucson, who broke this story about the FBI with 40 pictures going around to gun stores. Brian, any idea who these 40 pictures are of or how the FBI arrived on these names?
No, it's a good question, Leland. We do not know the names, but we know that they showed up to several gun stores in Tucson with a list of 40 names, and they also had 40 pictures to go along with the names. So they know who the...
So it looks like 2, he's talking to talk, is almost winning unanimously. I think I've only seen 1, he's telling the truth vote.
People are. And that they asked employees of the gun stores whether they recognized any of the names or pictures, if they had been in the stores recently, or if they had bought a weapon. So that is new. It seems like they're narrowing the field there. Also new, Leland, we are waiting on confirmation that DNA has been entered into the CODIS database, DNA from a glove that was found 2 miles from where I'm standing outside Nancy Guthrie's house. And this is significant, and it could happen at any moment. As our last check-in with sources, it has not been entered into the CODIS database, but when it is, it could perhaps generate a match with someone else who's already in this federal database. Another, when criminals are arrested, their DNA is entered into this database. And Libby Dean, our White House correspondent, is reporting.
So I'm going to rewind this because this is all the newest data here. I want to make sure we listen to this.
Begin our coverage with News Nation's Brian Enton live from Tucson, who broke this story about the FBI with 40 pictures going around to gun stores. Brian, any idea who these 40 pictures are of or how the FBI arrived on these names?
No, it's a good question, Leland. We do not know the names, but we know that they showed up to several gun stores in Tucson with a list of 40 names, and they also had 40 pictures to go along with the names. So they know who the people are, and that they asked employees of the gun stores whether they recognized any of the names or pictures, if they had been in the stores recently, or if they had bought a weapon. So that is new. It seems like they're narrowing the field there. Also new, Leland, we are waiting on confirmation that DNA has been entered into the CODIS database, DNA from a glove that was found 2 miles from where I'm standing outside Nancy Guthrie's house. And this is significant, and it could happen at any moment. As our last check-in with sources, it has not been entered into the CODIS database, but when it is, it could perhaps generate a match with someone else who's already in this federal database. Another, when criminals are arrested, their DNA is entered into this database. And Libby Dean, our White House correspondent, is reporting, which this is also new, that there are now unnecessary delays. This goes back to what you were talking about with the sheriff and criticism of the sheriff. The FBI tonight, according to Libby's sources, are saying that there are unnecessary delays because the sheriff decided to send that DNA to a lab in Florida So it's in Florida. It has to come back to Arizona before it can be officially entered into the CODIS database. And Libby's sources are saying if he had just listened to the FBI and sent it to Quantico to be analyzed, they could have entered it into the database immediately.
This seems to be a point where there's a lot of contradictions and disagreements, right? Jennifer Koffendorfer says, nope, it's totally fine. They all went to Florida. I don't even think Maureen had a problem with it. Am I right? I remember we listened to Maureen. I don't think she had a problem with it going to Florida either. But apparently there's some people there that do have a problem with it because of the extra step, right? Because that's the thing. You can't send it to CODIS without sending it to the extra step, because that's only in Quantico, right? That's the extra step. So maybe that's part of their frustration.
So they are alleging that is causing additional delays in the investigation. Leland?
All right, there is so much to go through, Brian. Stay with us through this as you have every night. We're going to bring in Bob Keeger, formerly of the Pima County Sheriff's Office, Tracy Walder as well. Bob, I want to start with you because so much in this investigation seems to come back to missteps by this sheriff, a sheriff you know well. We've had some of them, in addition to this, sending the DNA evidence to a private lab rather than the FBI. Delayed FBI assistance, crime scene released quickly, missed the roof camera, delayed thermal imaging plane, no grid search, unaware of the Guthrie family video when it was released, blocked the FBI from certain evidence, no clear leader in the investigation. The sheriff has had to make backtracking statements. You could say wrongly detaining a man, but oftentimes people are detained for questioning. So that may be tie goes to the runner. But beyond that, how do we look at this as just normal folks and say it's anything other than the sheriff really profoundly messing things up?
Well, what I'd like to start to say with is that the folks on the ground, I'm certain that they are working their tails off.
No
doing
question.
What they can with the information that they've got, working hard. A lot of the things that you spoke of, Leland, there can be some reasonable explanations to a few of those, but where there's some smoke, there's some fire. There are absolutely times to release information during an investigation, and there are absolutely times not to release it. So I know everyone on the outside wants every bit of information, but
yeah, you know the sheriff though. Is this sort of par for the course? Is he sort of a local good old boy who kind of doesn't know what he's doing and shooting from the hip and is more interested in being on TV and protecting his turf, or is he just not know better? What's going on here?
I would say this is fairly par for the course. This is not a surprise to me that a lot of these things have happened. There have been issues in the past working with federal agencies. He can be emotional at times, but he typically has the best interest of the investigation at heart. Unfortunately, what investigations like this need is leadership, solid command and control, working well with your partners, especially the FBI, having those resources at your disposal. Right. They should have constant communication, and most of these things should not have happened.
Yeah, no question there. There's a lot to bounce back and forth here.
And generally speaking, you want a unified front with any leadership stuff, right? Whether it's local law enforcement and the FBI, you want them on the same page, and you want them presenting a unified front to the public, if only for the family's sake. If you're the family, you don't want to hear that they're kind of having disputes about how things are done publicly, right? That's not what you want to hear. You want to hear them being on the same page, and they're all doing what's best to find Nancy. If you're Savannah, Annie, and Cameron, that's what you want to hear, right?
And I think, Bob, I'm just going to stay with you for one more second. One of the things that came out today was the sheriff clearing, and I'll read this, the Guthrie family. To be clear, the Guthrie family, to include all siblings and spouses, have been cleared as possible suspects in this case. The family has been nothing but cooperative and gracious, and our victims in this case. To suggest otherwise is not only wrong, it is cruel.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your...
Yep. So News Nation's has been doing a lot of these short clips. Says like 4 minutes. This is the person we listened to last night, CC.
All right, at this hour, the FBI is awaiting DNA results from a glove that was found 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. It's been 16 days since Nancy Guthrie was abducted, and this could potentially lead to a big break in the case. The FBI shared that the glove appears to match those worn by the suspect in that surveillance video from Guthrie's front door camera. The DNA profile of the unknown male will soon be put into a national DNA database called CODIS to see if there's a match to anybody who's been convicted of a crime in another state. Let's bring in Cece Moore, a DNA genealogy expert. So, Cece, the sheriff has not said what kind of DNA they found in the house and on that glove. Does it make a difference if it's touch DNA versus blood DNA?
It really won't. They will be able to extract that DNA and create a profile either way. The equipment that we use now, and in particular this lab in Florida uses, is really fantastic. It's really come a long way. And so I would be confident that regardless of the type of DNA, that they will be able to generate that full profile.
So the Florida lab that Pima County Sheriff's Office uses and has used for many years will then give the FBI these DNA results. The FBI will run it through CODIS, right? Or did you say there actually might be some restrictions because the DNA was found on a glove that was 2 miles from the crime scene, not in the crime scene?
Well, I don't want to second guess anyone. If the FBI has determined that they feel that it's more likely than not the same glove, then there shouldn't be an issue. It's just that the FBI has very strict regulations around CODIS, and typically you wouldn't be able to put DNA in there unless you were, pretty strongly believing that it is tied to that crime. So they may have other reasons.
That's interesting, right? So they're basically saying you have to have a pretty good educated guess that this DNA is related to a criminal, or we don't even want it. I didn't realize that was one of their standards.
Reasons.
Yeah, I think they believe it. I think they believe there's a very good chance of that. Okay, so everybody in CODIS has been either convicted of a crime or in some states arrested on suspicion of a crime. There's also DNA from unsolved crimes in this data bank. But if this person, if this DNA doesn't match anybody in CODIS, the search doesn't end there. Could the FBI find a link by using genealogy websites like they did in the Brian Kohberger case or the Golden State Killer case?
Absolutely. And I suspect they are doing parallel analyses right now in order to not waste any time. And that's another reason that it was.
So people are asking, how are people being cleared while the investigation is still going on? What I'm guessing is that the sheriff tested the DNA of everyone in the family. Right? This is my guess. And he tried to maybe cross-examine that somehow with what was found. And considering what he found, he said, nope, they must not be suspects. I agree. It seems a little bit hasty to be doing this. I agree. I mean, until you have a suspect, how can you truly clear anyone? I mean, and how can you know someone just didn't hire someone? Right? So, okay, maybe they didn't actually physically do it, but they still hired someone. So I think they might be jumping the gun a little bit. But what do you think?
It's actually a good decision to send it to DNA Labs International, in my opinion, because they have the capability to create that SNP profile that we need for genetic genealogy. The FBI doesn't have that in-house. They always have to send that out to a third party. So this way, like they apparently did in the Kohberger case, they can be working both of those analyses at once. And then as soon as they don't get a hit in CODIS, they can really focus their attention on the genetic genealogy portion.
And Cece, they have to, I mean, at some point, these genealogy websites began asking people for their permission to allow law enforcement to use their DNA profile in searches like this. Do they only have access to people who checked yes?
Yes. So although there are over 50 million people who have taken these consumer DNA tests, unfortunately, law enforcement is limited to the 2 or 3 smallest databases. So only about 2 million profiles are able to be compared against these types of profiles. At GEDmatch, you have to not only upload there, but check a box to say that law enforcement is allowed to compare against the DNA. So only about a third of that database is searchable. And then family tree DNA, the whole database is searchable except for those who've actively opted out. But it really makes our work so much more difficult.
Right. So first of all, the three biggest don't even make their databases searchable. That's something I didn't know. But of the rest of them, they still have to opt in, and that costs you about a third of it, as she just said. And as they're going to say also, if they're not born in America and maybe in Central America or South America, then it can even be even harder to find from there.
Wow. Fascinating work. Cece Moore, I'm sure we will have more conversations with you as this DNA testing continues this week. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
it.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below.
Christopher Cuomo. So Brian didn't do any longer form videos today, but I think he did do a short, and we'll check that out before we watch Ashley Banfield. So this is the title of the video, my thumbnail today, so we'll go over it again.
Hey guys, so there's a new statement from the sheriff essentially clearing the family of Savannah Guthrie with the whole investigation. Let me read exactly what it says. It says, to be clear, the Guthrie family, to include all siblings and spouses, has been cleared as possible suspects in this case. The family has been nothing but cooperative and gracious, and our victims in this case. To suggest otherwise is not only wrong, it is cruel. The Guthrie family are victims, plain and simple. Please, I'm begging the media to honor your profession and report with some sense of compassion and professionalism. So this is the farthest that the sheriff has gone. We've asked him about this before, and he has said, that they're not.
And honestly, the sheriff's kind of going too far with that. I don't think Ashley Banfield's source is going to just lie to her and say, oh, by the way, Ashley, we think Tommaso's a suspect, but it's actually a lie. I mean, why would that person do that? It just wouldn't make any sense. So I think Ashley wouldn't be reporting those things unless she thought they were true. And that's professional, right? I don't think she's being unprofessional, but that's what the sheriff seems to be accusing her of.
Persons of interest, but then at one point he said that everybody is still a person of interest, but now he's being very clear that that the Guthrie family, to include all siblings and spouses, has been cleared as possible suspects in the case. And again, the family has been nothing but cooperative. So that just came in a couple of minutes ago. So that's the latest. Hey guys, so there's a new statement from the sheriff essentially clearing the family of Savannah Guthrie with the whole investigation. Let me read exactly what it says. It says, to be clear, the Guthrie family, to include all siblings and spouses, has been cleared as possible suspects in this case. The family has been nothing but cooperative and gracious, and are...
All right, so we're repeating that again.
Hey guys, so some new information that I was just able to confirm. There are several gun stores in Tucson where the FBI has shown up and has brought a list of 40 names and 40 photos. So 40 names and 40 photos, and is asking the gun stores to tell them whether or not these people have been inside the store or whether or not they have purchased a gun. So this is brand new information. I don't know if that means that there's 40 suspects or persons of interest, or if they mixed a couple of names in there. That I don't know, but I can confirm that several gun stores say that that the FBI showed up with a list of 40 names and 40 photos and asked them to confirm whether those people have been inside the store or whether they have purchased a gun. And this is in the Tucson area. So that's pretty significant, again, as the investigation.
And again, the question about that would be, what are they pulling those 40 people from? Are they just looking at local gang people or people that have a record, or what? Is there any kind of method to the madness with it? That's really the big question.
Continues waiting on the DNA evidence. Libby Dean, one of my coworkers, is reporting that the DNA has not been put into CODIS yet. The DNA from the glove that was found, that should be happening soon. That's the federal database where they can kind of cross-reference it against other suspects. So just wanted to give you guys the latest. Hey guys, so some new information that I was just able to confirm. There are several gun stores in Tucson where the FBI has shown up and has brought a list of 40 names and 40 photos. So 40 names and 40 photos, and is asking the gun stores to tell them whether or not these people have been inside the store or whether or not they have purchased a gun. So this is brand new information. I don't know if that means that there's 40 suspects or persons of interest, or if they mixed a couple of names in there. That I don't know, but I can confirm that several gun stores say that that the FBI showed up with a list of 40 names and 40 photos and asked them to confirm whether those people have been inside the store or whether they have purchased a gun. And this is in the Tucson area. So that's pretty significant. Again, as the investigation continues, we're waiting on the DNA evidence. Libby Dean, one of my coworkers, is reporting that the DNA has not been put into CODIS yet. The DNA from the glove that was found, that should be happening soon. That's the federal database where they can kind of cross-reference it against other suspects. So just wanted to give you guys the latest. Hey guys, so some new
So they got three things, right? So one, the biggest thing is the DNA in the house. They don't know what kind of DNA it is, but I think Ashley Banfield thinks it might be touch DNA. And they're going to cross-examine that with whatever else they get in these databases. That can take a long time right there. And then they'll look at maybe the masks, but that's really difficult, the balaclava masks, because they're not just bought at Walmart. Same with I don't even think with the backpack is just bought at Walmart either. So looking for that can be a needle in a haystack. You'd have to look at when was it bought. Could be bought years ago for all they know. So it can be tricky. I think they got the DNA and they're going to try to match it with something. But if that doesn't work, I think it is going cold, actually.
I'm Ashley Banfield. This is Drop Dead Serious. Thank you so much for being here. It's another late one. I know. It's a really late night.
So again, though, I mean, I just don't have anything to believe that they have something close right now. I just don't think they do. I kind of thought it was going to be something the other night when they pulled out all their equipment and the cars, but they didn't. I didn't think it was something at first. I didn't think the energy was right for it. But as time went on, I thought, oh my goodness, this might be something. And then it turned out to be nothing. And since that was nothing, at least as of now, I just don't know where they're going to go with it.
Because I was about to do this podcast about 2 hours ago, and then suddenly things started happening and information started coming in. So I put it off so that I could have a full collection for you. And I have a really big collection of information for you on the Nancy Guthrie investigation. First of all, thank you so much for being here. And thank you for being a subscriber and the members. You guys are like amazing. Thank you so much. If you are not subscribed, do it. Hit the button to subscribe. Thank you. I'd appreciate it. It does me a solid. I really love the folks who are joining. I have a lot for you tonight, starting with a new message from Savannah. Savannah has taken to Instagram again, and it is just heart-wrenching to see her, the pain in her face as she appeals to the kidnapper, the person who has her mother or those who know where her mother is, to please, for the love of God, it's not too late. It's not too late. She's appealing to their better angels if they have any. And I'm going to show you that in just a moment. Also, the FBI did something they do not normally do. They put out a statement. They actually gave it to News Nation. And at first I thought it was a typo because I thought the FBI doesn't usually do this. They don't update anybody. They work in absolute silence. And they didn't do that in this particular case. They made comments about the gloves, plural, the many 16 gloves that they have now collected, and the specific one in particular that's the most important. I'm going to break down everything about it and why it matters, and some things that people aren't reporting on, like why chain of custody is critical here. That's coming in just a minute. Also, there's new reporting tonight that people are beaten up. New reporting that this may be considered by law enforcement authorities as a burglary gone wrong. But the pushback on it is intense from a number of different.
Many people have said no, it was not a burglary gone wrong. And it seems like something the local law enforcement, I don't even know why they said it to begin with, but that's what people were saying. But plenty of people are contradicting it too.
Sources. So I'm going to give you the reporting and who's pushing back on it. And I'm going to give you some information just about the burglaries in this area. And, this has caused people in the neighborhood to be understandably panicked, people who live there. So it's important that the people who live there in the local community get accurate reporting because they don't always hear from the authorities. I lived this game for a long time, and the authorities do not always tell us what's happening. And sometimes they tell us the opposite. Sorry to say, no smear on them. They got a hard job to do, and they've got to do it in a certain way. But that doesn't mean that reporters shouldn't seek the truth. So I'm going to tell you what that is in a minute. Also, NBC says it's got a couple of sources saying that law enforcement is starting to lean away from people that they thought.
So how many gloves are there? The closest, I think, were the gloves found a couple miles away. But to me, that's just a needle in a haystack. That could be anybody, because apparently there's been all sorts of searchers too. And they've been tossing their gloves. And it's like, what the heck are they doing? Trying to make law enforcement's job more difficult? I think, again, the one you're really looking for is the DNA in the house. And even then, you still have to make sure it's not some sort of delivery person or some other friend that was there, right? To me, that's really it. If that leads to something, okay, maybe there's hope. If not, it's going to be tough.
Might be responsible. Not just one or two, several. And I'll give you that reporting in a minute as well. And Brian Enton, God, he's so good. He's so good. He returned to the scene of the raid from Friday night, and he walked right up to the front door. I'll tell you what happened, what the result was. But there's a whole lot coming in this podcast. So, as I say, warm up your milk because it's late, or if you're waking up, juice your juice into a mimosa or something and get comfy because I got a lot to tell you. First, though, thank you so much again for being here. And thank you so much to my sponsors because I'm an independent journalist now. So it really helps when you subscribe, and it really helps when my sponsors believe in me. And Van Man is one of them. This is for you. Like, do you think all those natural products that you're buying, like from the wholesome mom and pop companies, are really natural? Because they're up. I watched, and it is really, really painful. But you can see there's a couple things I want you to watch for. Number one, what is her message? Obviously, it's a painful message. She's traumatized, and the torment she's living is like nothing anybody ever could imagine. She's been at this 2 weeks now trying to deal with this new reality in her life. But gone are the messages to anybody who was talking about ransom. Now it seems to be a message directly to the person or persons who did this. Have a look.
I wanted to come on, and it's been 2 weeks since our mom was taken, and I just wanted to come on and say that we still have hope, and we still believe. And I wanted to say to whoever has her or knows where she is that it's never too late. And you're not lost or alone. And it is never too late to do the right thing.
So she is appealing to the better angels, if there are any, like I said, of these criminals, of these monsters who've done this. Whether she worked with authorities on that, I'm not so sure. It was very authentic. I did not feel like she was reading anything, but they have been working with her to obviously help the family, because that is what the FBI does. So let's talk about the FBI, because they don't do this. Most of the stories I work on, they don't do this, but they...
And this is the other thing. I mean, Savannah and the rest of the family can have PTSD from this event. I mean, how many people can really say that one of their parents has been abducted like this, possibly murdered? Not that many people. So that should be also kept in mind throughout this whole thing as well.
Put out a statement. They gave it to News Nation's Libby Dean. And this is what they said about the gloves that we've all been reporting on, right? First of all, if you missed it in the other episodes, it was a complete reversal of reporting from all of those entities. I think it started with Fox News, and then that there'd been a glove found inside the house. Not true. Nope. They knocked that down very quickly the next day. But they did say that gloves had been found in the vicinity of the property, but not on the property. Let me read the FBI statement verbatim. It says, the gloves found approximately 2 miles from the Guthrie residence in a field near the side of the road were packaged up by the Pima County Sheriff and sent overnight on February 12th, and they arrived at their private lab in Florida on February 13th. The FBI received preliminary results yesterday on February 14th, that's Saturday, and are awaiting quality control, I'll get to that in a second, and official confirmation today before putting unknown male profile into CODIS. I'll explain that in a minute too. The national database unique to the Bureau. This process typically takes 24 hours from when the Bureau receives DNA. So they got them yesterday. They're awaiting the quality control, the official confirmation today. They will put them into CODIS. It could have happened today. And then 24 hours later, they'll get some results. So I'll continue what they said. Investigators collected approximately 16 gloves in various areas near the house.
So 16 gloves equals 8 pairs or 16 pairs. I'm imagining it's 8 pairs. But regardless, I'm not holding any hope for any of them, honestly.
Most of them were searchers' gloves that they discarded in various areas when they searched the vicinity. The one with the DNA profile recovered is different and appears to match the gloves of the subject in the surveillance video. The FBI has and will continue to provide assistance on whatever timeline is provided to us.
And that was the tricky way of saying it. She's not saying there's a DNA match. What she's saying is the gloves look similar to the ones in the video. But that being said, there's a lot of gloves that look similar, just in general.
Let me just break that down. The one, meaning the one glove, I am assuming they're referring to the plural gloves found approximately 2 miles from the Guthrie residence in a field, have been packaged up by the Pima County Sheriff and sent off to the lab. Then they're referring to the one. I'm a little confused by that, but we can only go by what the FBI is saying in the statement. In any case, when they say that's different, it means it's a big focus. It's a glove that looks a lot like the one in the video, right? A lot of reporters were getting it wrong in the lower thirds on the cable news were really fucking it up earlier by saying, oh, the DNA matches, the DNA is not matching anything. Let's be really clear. The glove itself, what it looks like, looks a lot like the thing on the video, right? By the monster on the video. That's what's similar. But I have to tell you, Brian Enton had some really interesting things to say earlier. Those gloves, in one of his reports today, those gloves are used by hairdressers. They're used by mechanics. They're used by construction workers. Those gloves are used by a lot of people, right? Turns out they're also used by searchers, as we've just come to learn. I'm going to get to that in a minute. I've got some really good pictures I'm going to show you. Like, you're going to lose your shit. Actually, in a hot minute, when I show you some of these pictures, I don't think you're going to be very happy, but I'm going to show them to you in a minute. I still want to stay on the statement, though, because when they talked about quality control, I'm trying to read into what quality control is. I'm trying to think maybe chain of custody. Like, they've got to be really, really careful, right? When a lab does its work in a criminal investigation, the chain of custody is so precise. Everybody who handles it, it is logged, it is careful, it is cautiously handled. And if you're going to send it off to another entity in a certain way, that's got to be very careful. So I'm assuming that might be what they mean by quality control. Maybe it isn't. Comment, let me know. If you work for the FBI and you can read that language a little differently than I can, say something, and I will absolutely put that out in tomorrow's episode. But I am very curious why there was no comment from the FBI about taking that DNA from this one glove, the one that is different and appears to match the gloves in the subject of the surveillance video. Did they take that DNA and also check it against the DNA that was found inside Nancy Guthrie's house? The unknown male DNA that did not match anybody in her direct circle of friends and colleagues and family. That's what I'm curious about. Did that DNA match the unknown DNA in the house? Because that's you're getting somewhere, right? What are the odds? There'd be some unknown male DNA inside Nancy's house, and then there'd be the same DNA on the side of the road in a black glove 2 miles away, right? Just cast out on the side of the road. That would be a massive, massive jump in this story and in this investigation. Don't know, though. They didn't say anything about that. They're doing it. Trust me. There's no way they're not doing it. Okay. Now I want to talk to you a little bit about CODIS, because you probably heard a lot about CODIS. Everybody talks about CODIS and they never break it down. It's the Combined DNA Index System. Combined DNA Index System. Sometimes it's called the CODIS NIS. That's the National Index System. Same thing. But basically that is, it's a big, huge collection of criminals and all their DNA. Big old collection of bad guys and girls. Let me give you some stats as of just this past November, and this is from the FBI. In the CODIS database of DNA, there are 19 plus million offender profiles. Holy shit. That's a big old cache of bad people, right? And you can take DNA and you can check it against the bad guys that they've collected in this big CODIS bucket.
Yeah, so if you're here, please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And I go live pretty much every night and talk about true crime, current events, and I use my experience with narcissistic abuse, mental health, and addiction, and I apply it to those areas. Also, there's a great flock of black sheep in here too. So remember, like the video. Likes are free.
Yeah, 6 million plus people arrested are in there as well, because often when you're arrested, your DNA is taken, and you can be cleared, and you can be you could be exonerated, but that profile is still in there. There's also 1.45 million forensic profiles. Here's what I think about that. Forensic profiles are profiles from other crimes that forensic investigators have discovered. Maybe they haven't linked it to someone, but it's a forensic profile they'll put into CODIS and say, this is an unknown that we found at this scene. We've never been able to solve it, but suddenly it might show up at another crime. And now you can link crimes. Do you remember that young girl who was assaulted in California? And there was a guy who came out of the house and you could see the back of him. And suddenly it was connected to a rape and murder in Maryland. Rachel Morin. So there is a forensic connection. So a forensic profile can be from something that's unsolved, and then you can connect it to other crimes, right? Could also be from guys who are dead. Yeah. Maybe it's a killer who died and they've got that profile in there. So a lot of information. There's basically a lot of information in CODIS, and it's actually produced over 781,000 hits. So CODIS is a very, very good thing for crime fighters. And by the way, that's not just CODIS. That's the thing. It's not just CODIS, because Brian Kohberger, he wasn't an offender before he decided to slaughter 4 innocent kids, right? He wasn't in CODIS. So how did they find that DNA from the knife sheath? Well, there are a lot of different DNA databases, and some of them are commercial. You and I probably bought it for somebody for Christmas or a birthday, genealogy sites like 23andMe and Ancestry.com. That's an enormous amount of DNA. However, it took a decade or so to figure out that people got real antsy about, being a part of a company and then finding that their DNA is being shared with law enforcement, and that grandpa just got arrested. So they tightened up the privacy pieces of those private companies.
So again, now it's like she can say he's a suspect with conviction as long as she didn't think it was a lie and sharing it anyway. That's the standard for defamation. It has to be a lie that someone knows is a lie and then shares it anyway. And usually it needs to be tied to financial damages. You have to prove that the defamation caused you financial damages as well. So what Ashley Banfield did, I don't think would apply to that at all.
And so now what you'll see is that you check a box if you want to be included in the database. And if you don't want to be included in the database, you don't have to be. And so law enforcement can go with the voluntary folks in those databases, right? And they can do their genetic genealogy work that way as well. And there's some other databases as well that are out there. But generally speaking, it's not just the bad guy CODIS. It's not just the offender profiles that they can go into. They can actually go into these other sources as well. So you just know they're going to put that in there and figure out where to go from there. And here's what I was telling you about earlier, about the idea that 16 gloves have been found in the area around, Nancy's property. I know it makes me crazy too. First of all, I'm not a litter bug, and I really hate that people are, but people are. And sometimes it's accidental.
So, Maureen, I don't remember if she said prime suspect or just suspect. I'll have to look back at it. I don't remember. I don't even know how much it would matter, though, too. Like, if he really was a suspect and the sheriff just didn't mention it, then there's no case because it was something true that she was saying. And even if it wasn't true, if her source told her that, it's going to be really difficult to get her on defamation because she thinks she's telling the truth.
So take a look at the New York Post pictures. They've got pictures of multiple gloves all over that area, right? And this is kind of par for the course. This isn't just weird about Nancy's area. These aren't just Nancy's searchers necessarily. I talked to Matt Murphy the other night, and he said, Jesus, if I could tell you how many gloves are out there, they're everywhere, every state, every highway, everything. Think of the number of trucks that you've seen driving on highways with open backs and maybe workers in the back as well. Some of that stuff's just flying out. Sometimes it's litter, sometimes it's accidental, but a lot of workers use those gloves and they can just make their way, into the litter category. But here's the way Matt put it. That also, tells me about today's report. There was a glove that was found on the side of the road, 1.5 miles from Nancy's house, one of the black gloves that's similar as seen in the video. And then after that, Fox Digital reported that a pair of gloves was found in the area. That's all I can tell you. I don't know more than that. But
okay.
I mean, that's shocking.
I can tell you right now that there's always a glove found, Ashley. Every time you look,
there are.
There's always when you get into the garden, there are gloves everywhere. And it's a weird feature. There's gardening gloves, there's workers' gloves. I was in Central Park last week, despite the cold. There's one mitten everywhere you go. There's gloves. Okay, so when
I just find it weird that they're finding it 11 days later. That should have been found. I mean, within the first.
And the last thing about slander also requires the person to know it was false.
Ideally, also,
yeah.
They were black. The black latex kind of gloves.
But when you're doing that and you're collecting that information as a prosecutor, when you send people in and you got to search, but that gives me almost like Vietnam flashbacks to all the times we found gloves that weren't related to the case. And then the defense comes in every single time. And it's like, look at the DNA in this glove. It's not my client. This is the real killer. So you're handing nuggets to the defense. It's supposed to be thoroughly searched. That's something that the lawyers at trial, if they ever get a suspect and charge somebody, will have to navigate through. But there's the investigation. It's like the beginning of Law and Order, right? There are two equal parts: the investigation and the prosecution. They got to be mindful of that. And I don't know where the DA for Pima County is. I would expect that he would be up on that stage. I would think.
Haven't seen him.
Agency or her agency,
her,
I don't even know who it is, would be responsible for taking that baton and getting justice in the case if they ever get a suspect. And I don't know what's going on with that.
So there you have it. And then Jennifer Koffendorfer, who's former FBI, she works a lot on News Nation. I've interviewed her a ton of times. She's very, very smart. She was in the Bureau for a long time. She tweeted out an amazing picture that gives you an idea of why some of those gloves might be from the searchers. These are pictures of authorities, including with the FBI, who've got their gloves in their back pockets as they're working, right? They're walking down the highways, they're doing the work, they're in the rough terrain.
So, I mean, losing those gloves, though, would still be pretty careless, no? Especially if you're the FBI, you know better. You don't want to be making people find your gloves that you're using on the case. Like, are you just trying to make their jobs harder?
And so I just want to give credit where credit's due. A user named Pink Star Shimmer provided those pictures. And I think it's just very insightful as to why gloves may end up being found, right? When you have a very big search and it turns out doesn't feel like this one was as big a search, because do you remember on day 2 when the sheriff told us the search has been called off permanently? And I lost my shit because I thought, what do you mean? It's a little early. They had their reasons. Think about it. They had their reasons. Early on, they had their reasons for calling off the search early, right? I think I reported on a couple of reasons why. They had a laser focus. They towed a car, processed it by warrant. And this might be the reason they called off the search. They were absolutely laser focused and they knew who they wanted. Has that changed? Don't know, but I've got more reporting on that. Something that Brian Entin found out today when he interviewed a guy named Sergeant Aaron Cross. Aaron Cross is with the Pima County Sheriff's Office. He's the union president. He didn't feel as optimistic about the discovery of all of these gloves. And let me play for you how he put it.
I wouldn't feel optimistic at all about all those gloves. I mean, clearly, the majority of them, if not all of them, are useless. The only thing I would be hopeful about is the DNA found in the home. That's really it right now.
Take a look.
Apparently, there's a lot of gloves that have been found.
Yeah.
What do you make of that? I mean, I guess these gloves are used for all sorts of purposes, it seems.
It is pretty common. It could be from investigators. It could also be, I mean, we have a large amount of homeless that live and camp in the area. We also have, we've experienced a lot of nighttime car break-ins in this area as well. So, I mean, it could be from any one of those things. Hopefully it's related to the Guthrie kidnapping or incident, and they're able to get some DNA out of it, and it breaks the case open. But I understand it was found a couple miles away. Hopefully, as he's driving away, he throws his gloves out the window. Maybe we'll get a lucky break, but there's a lot of possibilities.
So we will see. We'll see what happens when they test these gloves. They might just find it's just some worker. That'll suck to be him. You expect one of those raids, right? And we've been told by the sheriff, expect a lot of activity in the days to follow. Didn't see any today, but there was a lot, last night, and I've got news about that in a minute. But let me tell you a little bit about what NBC is reporting late this evening. They said they've got 2 sources familiar with the investigation, that authorities are now leaning away from several people previously scrutinized, including the man whose home was searched on Friday night. That was the big raid that we saw that was connected to a silver Range Rover that was towed.
This is a big one. I hadn't heard this one before. So they're moving away from the place that they did that big raid on. I did not hear that at all. So, again, not good for the case, though.
And I've got news on that in a minute. Also, a man named Carlos who was stopped in a car last week. That was the other raid. And here's what's key. And any of Guthrie's relatives. The sources cautioned that no one has been officially ruled out and investigators continue to pursue leads. But it's really interesting to hear this. NBC saying 2 sources familiar with the investigation told NBC News that authorities are leaning away from these people. So that's really interesting, especially given the next report that I'm going to tell you about. And this comes from Brianna Whitney. Brianna is a local reporter in Phoenix. She works for Arizona Family. Arizona Family, it's an unusual brand, but that's the brand. Arizona Family is the brand that incorporates these television stations, KTVK and KPHO. And Brianna's been doing some good reporting, and she, along with the Associated Press, report the following. And I'm going to read directly from what they filed. Tucson, Arizona. New investigative leads are being uncovered in the Nancy Guthrie case, and an inside source tells Arizona Family true crime correspondent Brianna Whitney that there is a widespread belief that the 84-year-old could be alive.
Based on what?
In the past week, multiple experts who reviewed the doorbell camera footage with Arizona Family reporters said the incident did not appear to be a planned kidnapping. Now the inside source says that investigators believe this was a burglary gone wrong.
And again, I mean, what are they really basing that off of? The body language of the person at the door, He looked a little uncertain or something. Other people said no, this person knew what they were doing because they knew where the camera was and they had to have intimate knowledge of the area. Brian Netton has said this too. Just the fact that it's so dark there and he needs his GPS to even find the place at nighttime. He thinks now the person who did this, they know the area. And I think if you know the area, is it just going to be a burglary? I don't buy it. I don't buy it, but that's just my opinion.
So again, let's go back up to that. Multiple experts who reviewed the doorbell cam, not insiders. It was multiple experts who reviewed, said that it did not appear to be a planned kidnapping. But now an inside source says the investigators believe this was a burglary gone wrong. She doesn't say who the inside source is or what kind of source. Is this the...
So let us know, chat. Burglary gone wrong? Press 1 for that. Press 2, no. This was certainly an abduction or worse. So press 1 if you think it's a burglary gone wrong. 2, abduction or worse.
Law enforcement source? Is this somebody associated with? She doesn't say. On Sunday afternoon, the source said investigators are waiting for DNA evidence results from a Range Rover SUV that was towed at a Tucson area Culver's restaurant late Friday. So that directly refutes what was said by NBC, right? That they're leaning away. Our sources are 2 sources on NBC are leaning away from poor Carlos and then this guy Friday night who was grabbed at the Culvers. This is suggesting that they're waiting on DNA evidence from that Range Rover SUV. I can tell you somebody else who says they're waiting on evidence from the Range Rover. DNA testing from the Range Rover is Brian Enton from News Nation. So there's like this is reporting that's at odds and everybody has their different sources. I always want to know what level are your sources? Are they a friend of an investigator who heard in the bathroom? I don't know. They don't specify what level of source. But
so almost everyone in the chat thinks it's an abduction or worse, not a burglary gone wrong.
Me, it's always really important to specify. How good is this source? Who are these 2 sources familiar with the investigation? So as for that raid the other night on Friday night that kept us all awake until, 4:00 in the morning, you heard the reports 3 people were detained and that there were no arrests the next day. But, the investigation is continuing and Brian Enton has been reporting about further investigations that are ongoing regarding what happened that night, and especially the silver Range Rover that was hooked up and towed off and is being tested. But Brian is so good at his job. He went back to the neighborhood and he checked in on that house that was raided. Here's his reporting.
And then I got so distracted with all the other developments of the weekend. But this is what the neighborhood looks like. It's a pretty nice neighborhood.
Okay, so I'd missed him saying that yesterday when we went over this video. So the house he was going after that he walked up to was the house that was raided. So sometimes he says things, he doesn't emphasize them, and I can miss them, especially if I'm talking to people in the chat. But that is what he said. He said, okay, this is the house that they raided the other night. Good to know. That's why we watch things again, so we don't miss anything.
It's interesting because again, it was so dark when I was out here. It's interesting to see it all in the daylight. This is the house here that the SWAT activity happened at, and it's pretty quiet around. I'm gonna go to the door and see if anybody is home at the house.
Yeah, I mean, I can't expect this to go well for Brian. Oh, yeah, by the way, I saw the FBI raided your house the other day. Do you want to talk to me? Probably not.
Doesn't look like anybody's answering. I think other reporters have already been here. Not sure if anyone's home, although there is a car. Oh, hi, we'll be right there, it said. I don't think anyone's coming. I did. I saw someone in the window. Hello? Hello? There was a woman that just opened the blind just for a second. But yeah, I don't think they're coming out. Like I said, I think some other reporters have been here, and it looked like a kind of an.
And you're correct. I think it was the stepmom or the mom of someone that was detained at a traffic stop. That person did talk to Brian. Although, if I was the defense lawyer, I would have never told her to do that. I was like, what are you doing? Don't do that.
Older woman that opened the curtain just for a second. There's this car that was in an accident in the driveway. But yeah, so this is the neighborhood. It's a pretty nice neighborhood. Kind of reminds me of Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood a little bit. It's about 2 miles away, but the houses are much, much closer together, and they're out closer to the road. In Nancy's neighborhood, there's obviously a lot more like shrubbery and cactuses in the front.
So there's more about that raid too from Brian Enton. The SWAT raid from Friday night, where the woman and the man, presumably a mother and a son, were taken out of their home. The home was searched. They were taken next door. At least the woman was taken next door to her neighbors to wait it out. And then another man, presumably another son, was held up at the detained at the Culver restaurant where the silver Range Rover was. There's more that's happening there, including investigative leads and DNA testing that's still under investigation from that raid. And again, Brian Enton saying that the silver Range Rover is still under investigation, including DNA testing from the silver Range Rover. So I think it's just super fascinating that is still in play, and yet we've got these other reports that suggest it's not. It's just the investigation just seems all over the place, as does some of the reporting on it as well. It's just hard to know exactly what is happening. One thing we do know, they don't have Nancy. So I'm going to now tell you about some serious pushback on that reporting. Again, everybody's got their different sources, and Fox News Channel, as well as Fox News Digital, they have blanketed this story. They got over 30 people down there doing some just incredible work. Michael Ruiz from Digital, and also...
And again, for the people that have Nancy Guthrie fatigue or case fatigue, I'll tell you what, we're coming down the home stretch here, I think, of most of the coverage, mostly because there's just going to be nothing else to talk about. Like, if there's no new developments, nothing else to talk about, people are going to move on. It just is what it is. It doesn't mean they're still not going to be really hoping that the investigation goes well and they find someone and they find Nancy. Of course, they're all going to want that. But if there's nothing going on with it, life's going to go on.
Matt Finn from the News Channel have both been doing stellar reporting, and I've got some serious pushback. But before I get to them, another quick note from my sponsors, because again, I'm an independent journalist, so I do have sponsors, and I've got to tell you that the people that I accept as my sponsors, I have to like them and I have to like their stuff. And the truth is, the stuff that I'm about to tell you about, I really like, and so does Chris. So just a little behind the scenes here. These sponsors send me products so that I can try them, and then I can decide if I want to, endorse them or not. Yeah. Well, I got about 8 boxes of cereal from Lovebird. Guess how many are left? 1, because Chris ate them all. My husband ate them all. They're very good. I'm not going to lie. And there's a whole bunch of reasons why I decided to endorse them. Here's one of the biggest ones. The next time you're in the kitchen, I want you to grab a box of your cereal, and I'd like you to read the ingredients. Food revolution, and take back our country's health from big food, box by box. Okay, so back to the pushback on the Arizona family reporting and Associated Press reporting that said that they think that this is leaning more towards a burglary gone bad. Michael Ruiz sent this out. Authorities are distancing themselves from fresh reporting suggesting Nancy Guthrie's abduction is believed to be a burglary gone wrong, and that the, quote, widespread investigative belief is that the missing 84-year-old, quote, could be alive. A local law enforcement source tells me, again, Michael Ruiz, quote, this is not the working theory inside the unit, end quote.
And I would agree, it's not going to be. I don't think they're going to think it's the burglary gone wrong. Yeah, and in terms of this case, Jimmy, I would say this. The Nick Reiner case, there wasn't nearly as much of a mystery about who done it. For one, there was no who done it, and then he was arrested immediately. So a big part of it was solved. But then what was being examined was the motive. How did it happen? The mental health piece, addiction piece, being a psychopath. What is it, right? So that was the part people were talking about with that case. But February 23rd is the arraignment. That's coming up right around the corner.
Adds that nighttime residential burglaries are rare. For his part, Sheriff Nanos, Chris Nanos, told Matt Finn from Fox News Channel. Let me read Matt's reporting. Quote, did not come from us. No idea. And even though that is one of many possibilities, we would never speculate such a thing. We will let the evidence take us to motive. No comment from the FBI, says Matt Finn.
Also, please remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Likes help feed the flock of black sheep. I got to give them some oats and hay. Likes and super chats help me feed the black sheep. How about that?
Fox News Channel. Also, Matt says no suspects have been publicly identified, but the FBI is currently awaiting additional tests results on a glove that appears to match the ones seen on Nancy Guthrie's Nest doorbell camera. Here's Michael Ruiz a little bit later with more pushback on the Arizona Family and Associated Press reporting. Again, that's the reporting that this is looking like a burglary gone wrong, and that they are believing that Nancy Guthrie is alive. Michael is quoting law enforcement as saying, quote, nighttime residential burglaries are so ridiculously rare, crazy rare. Commercial building burglaries at night, residential during the day. We don't have any indication she kept really anything valuable there. And if this was a burglary gone wrong, they don't take the victim with them usually. I guess anything is possible, but my gut says it's something else entirely, end quote. So really interesting to hear the competing theories and the competing reports on this, and to hear the competing sourcing. Again, I come back to who are the sources? What level are the sources? How dialed in are they? How far outside the actual knowledgeable investigators are they? That's important to think about. Okay, so the stats on burglaries and home invasions. I started to think, okay, I really would love to know about Tucson's statistics on nighttime home invasions and burglaries and kidnappings and murders and all the rest. And I got this at least from the Catalina Foothills Association president, Tom Pugh. He told Fox News Digital, quote, in the 50 years that I've lived here, I've never heard of any crime like this. By and large, there's just no crime. Or, the crime that does occur is a petty kind of crime where someone might leave their car unlocked. And
this is what we're hearing a lot right now. No one has seen a crime like this, including Maureen. I think even Maureen said that too. But no one's seen something quite like this. 84-year-old woman being abducted and gone now over 2 weeks. Day 15.
Kids walk by and take something. But nothing like this has occurred since I've been here. Again, Tom Pugh telling Fox News Digital. He's the Catalina Foothills Association president. You would think he would know. 50 years he's been there. Says, yeah, maybe some kids steal stuff when they see a car unlocked, but nothing else. Okay, so about the terrain, because I know a lot of people have said, well, couldn't it be possible that all these properties seem to be open to each other, or there's rough terrain in between them, but you could certainly walk right up on a property from the back and not, say, use the roadways? And to that end, Brian Enton from News Nation, again, unbelievable reporter, he did this walk and talk and went out into that rough terrain where all the cacti are and all the rattlesnakes and all the rest. And he went out with a former Border Patrol agent named Art Delaqueto and got a real lay of the land. And when I say real lay of the land, you got to imagine what you're about to see and think about it in the pitch black of night. Again, with animals and rattlesnakes and all the other things that the desert offers. So take a look at Brian's reporting.
The terrain where we're used to walking through and trafficking, trying to track traffickers, human smuggling and drug smuggling. But the way this is called the wash. A lot of people don't use that terminology. And as we walk,
Remember Brian talked to this dude, what, a week ago or so now? It's hard for me to keep track of the time.
Through here, you'll see this is kind of like a trail where you know which way to walk in there. You're going to have some broken branches in this area.
Everything is like got thorns too, huh?
Everything's got thorns. And I think the difference is people hear desert landscape and they almost think that it's nothing but sand and you could see so this is basically the brush. And as you walk further in, these are called, this is the actual wash. These are the washes. We haven't walked too far, but if you go this way, and here I will show you, if it's dark out here, or even now, vehicles can go through this neighborhood and they're not going to see anybody in this area of the brush. Now, this is called the wash. When it rains, you get water through here, of course, but they're dry most of the time. So you can walk through these areas and pull up behind some of these houses.
On a completely unrelated note, America has so many different landscapes in it. Depending on where you are, it's so different. There's the beach, there's the desert, there's the plains, there's farmlands, there's mountains, there's freaking... Even in the Northwest, it can be considered some sort of, not a rainforest, but I forget what you call it. But depending on where you are in America, there's so many different kinds of places. It can look so different.
Drive into some of these areas.
There's some areas where you'd be able to drive. It'd be more difficult, but you could definitely drive maybe like a quad through here. And there's a house right there. And if we continue walking through here, I mean, you'll see there's a house there. You probably couldn't see it when we were in the brush. But you're going through all this area, and at night, somebody that would know the terrain can walk through here, and literally, you wouldn't know. We're probably 20 feet from the road, and from where we're standing, we can't see my truck. With some of these cameras, you would not be able to see the street.
The topography, as you can see, we're heading into the Saguaro Monument.
There he is, Rick Castiger. The former undersheriff, the one who doesn't like Sheriff Nanos. Although, compared to the other guy from yesterday, Rick Castiger seems almost mild in comparison.
It's another challenge. The desert is not necessarily, it's beautiful, but it's not always friendly. There are a number of risks out there with thorny bushes and cactus and poisonous animals.
Now imagine this at night when it is completely dark and there are no there's no street lights out here. There's absolutely no street lights. So that just adds to how difficult it is. And if you do have some type of ring camera and it's dark and you have this, you're really not going to get much out of a ring camera.
The topography is extreme. We're at 3,000 feet in elevation, right where we're at right now. And there's a mountain in front of us that goes up to close to 7,000 feet. And there's a mountain to the north of us that goes almost 10,000 feet. And everything in between creates a topography that's a challenge.
Right? Could they bring her into Mexico?
Or bring her into Mexico, or even, I'll be honest.
Are there ways to do that though without being seen?
So there's areas obviously that are porous still within the border. Our border is more secure than it's ever been. We've all heard that, and it is true. But in Arizona, there's still porous areas where you could possibly head south, especially at nighttime.
It's highly likely she could be in Mexico. It's my opinion that might be one of the places that would logically make some sense to deal with occur until what they want, what they're demanding, is satisfied.
I didn't even talk about scorpions. That's one of my biggest fears of the desert. I don't spend a lot of time in the desert, but I fear scorpions because they crawl into your shoes and they crawl into your boots. And I do remember people saying when I was in the desert when I was a war correspondent, you got to shake out those boots every night. And I used to shake out my boots every night, fearing.
Shake out those boots there, Ashley Banfield. It's like a Raffi song. Or more like Woody from Toy Story. There's a snake in my boots.
These friggin' scorpions. I never did have one, thank God. But that's one of the things, you really got to think about just the dangers that are out there. So it's not just as easy as you could imagine, just sneaking up on a property from the back way in. I thought that was really wise of Brian Entin to go out there and just show us. So think about the guy that did this. Brian has told us how hard it is to get around there at night. It is really hard to get around there. He gets lost all the time, even in the daytime. And at night, no lights anywhere on those roads. Nothing. There's no street lights. It's under ordinance because of the stargazing, University of Arizona and their astronomy work. There's no lights anywhere. So it's very, very difficult to make your way around there. And Brian uses Waze every time he's driving, day and night. So what did this perpetrator do? Did he know his way? Was he very familiar with the neighborhood? Did he use Waze or Google Maps? Because that's something they should be able to find out, right? That's an easy.
Because Brian is like Indiana Jones. He does not like snakes. So he's got a fear of snakes. So when he walks out there, he's like a little bugging. He's bugging that he might see a rattlesnake behind him, like a cacti.
One who was fucking around at 1:47 in the morning in this particular area, because not a lot of people are out driving there at that time of night, right? It just made me realize that's a real investigative possibility. Either way, either this guy was using some kind of mapping system, right? Or he wasn't and knows his way around. So it's just informative, right? Just to know someone's out there skulking around. They're not the kind of people that you would think would just drive around lost, with a kidnapped person in your trunk or seat or wherever, wondering where they are. You'd think they'd know to get the hell out of there and fast, and how to do that. Something else that I thought about when I watched the video several times, the bite light that I am convinced this guy has in his mouth because of the number of times he looks down and light shows up on the ground. Right at the point where he's stepping up, right at the point where he pulls the vines, right at the point where he scans inside the vestibule, looking for something before he pulls the vines. There's a light. And then the close-up of his face when he's actually, messing with the camera, there's a light coming out of his mouth. So a lot of people talked about the bite light. Bite lights are small lights you can put in your mouth. Mechanics, people who need their hands, need to be hands-free, they can use bite lights. But as he looks down so many times in that tiled area, it made me wonder if he didn't drop saliva. Because if you put something in your mouth and you try to keep it in your mouth without your lips, it's hard to swallow. And having your mouth looking down might stand to reason that some of his saliva may have actually dropped. It would be dry, not obvious to the human eye, but is it possible that his DNA...
Can dry saliva be tested for DNA? That's going to be a tough one, I would think. Maybe not impossible, but you'd first have to see it as saliva for one. But it's also just to me, it's a long shot. It's a long shot for sure.
DNA is right there on that front tiled entrance, right near the sticks. Because every time he's lighting it up, he's working his mouth and it's not closing around the light. So it's possible. It's very possible that his saliva is somewhere in there. I wonder if that's one of the things they were testing for when they brought that white tent out. And then something else I want to talk about is the signal sniffer, because this was big. We talked about it last night. Brian Entin told us about the signal sniffer that was sent in by the feds and affixed to the runners of the chopper. I got more reporting on that from News Nation's Libby Dean, and she adds to Brian's reporting. Let me read this. She says the signal sniffer technology being used to detect Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker is sophisticated FBI technology, according to an FBI source speaking to News Nation. The signal sniffer is a small device that was sent in and attached to the sheriff's helicopter. It can detect Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker signal. The helicopter has to stay low and move slowly for it to work. Wow. Listen, about 4 or 5 days ago when I talked to Matt Murphy, who's a homicide prosecutor from California, he and I talked about the pacemaker. He himself said, I wish they could get Nancy's phone and like fly it around because it'll reconnect to the pacemaker. It was a great idea, right? And
so correct me if I'm wrong, Bella. It's just about more so that the pacemaker needs to be connected to the transmitter and Wi-Fi. So that method probably wouldn't work.
Here it is actually playing out with the signal sniffer. I don't know how close you got to be with a signal sniffer. With the phone, you got to be 10 to 30 feet. A little hard to bring a helicopter 30 feet from your roof, of anybody's roof. But you know what? You can get really close to people's homes, their roofs, their windows, drones. They're quiet. They hover. They can go anywhere. I just wonder if that signal sniffer might not be better served on a drone than the skid of a helo, right? I just can't imagine helicopters having to buzz that close. Again, I don't know the efficacy of these signal sniffers. First of all, I love that they exist. I do. I'm just always amazed when I see about new crime fighting technology. I just don't know how close they have to be in order to try to light up with Nancy's pacemaker. But I feel like get a bunch of them and just start flying drones all over the Tucson area. Drones, they're silent and they can go right up to someone's window. A lot of privacy issues there, right? Lots. Okay, and just since I've been doing this podcast with you, remember I said I waited really late at night so that I could gather all the information and bring you a full report? Well, I thought I waited long enough, and it turns out I didn't, because there's new NBC reporting. And as I look at it real quickly, hang on, it looks like it's kind of knocking down some of the other reporting as well. Okay, hold it for a second. I'm going to bring you this new NBC report. I'm going to just squeeze in another quick mention from one of my sponsors, because again, I'm an independent journalist, so I hope you'll bear with me. Because Morgan & Morgan has been a really great partner of mine. They help make this podcast possible. And trust me, they are a BFD, a big deal. They're a major deal. They're America's largest personal injury law firm with over 1,000 attorneys. And their lawyers have recovered over $25 billion for more than a half. Quote, investigators are not categorizing the Nancy Guthrie case as any particular type of crime at this stage, according to a federal law enforcement.
So the question for you, OC girl, would be, I mean, if saliva gets dropped, how much different does it look than the regular cement? Like, is it even easily found? Because that's also, to me, probably the hardest part. Unless you're like intentionally spitting or something on the ground. If you have that in your mouth, how much saliva will truly be falling? Especially when you have those balaclava masks. How much will be falling? I don't know. Probably not that much, but if they can find it, great.
Source with knowledge of the investigation. So not in the investigation, with knowledge of the investigation. The source said that there are, quote, a myriad of theories, end quote, but that authorities are not officially narrowing options to a specific one. Okay, so basically that tells me that NBC is kind of trying to knock down the Arizona family and the Associated Press reporting, but that also it seems they may be knocking down their earlier report of the two sources saying they're leaning away from these people. Now they're saying they're not narrowing it to anything. I feel like I'm in a tennis match. This is nuts. But like I said, there's about 300 reporters at any given time down there, and everybody's trying to work their sources, and everybody knows somebody who says they are close to the investigation as well. So sometimes it's a bit of a game of telephone, but not only that, I will tell you this, things can change. and they can change in a day. Investigators reserve the right to change their minds. I have said that since day one in this reporting that I've been.
But here's the other thing, right? So you have to hope the local law enforcement, and apparently the FBI was there on day 2 or something like that, something very close. They would have to know, okay, we're looking for what? Blood, saliva, semen, right? Those are the top 3 that you'd be looking for, probably some hair strands too. So how well did they comb the area? I can't say with any level of certainty. But what I can say, if they closed the crime scene so quickly, or opened it, I should say, and then any number of people's DNA could have been left there, right? So did they do it properly in the first day? What do you think, chat? Did they? Did they do it right? So type 1 if you think they did it right. Although even though they didn't even take that mat, right? What could have been on that mat? I don't even think they took it. So, but anyway, type 1 if you think they did it right. Type 2 if you think they blundered it.
Giving you, investigators can change their minds. They can zero in on one person, like I have reported, and then they can completely change course. They're not telling us if they're doing that. And that's why they say we haven't named or identified any suspects. Obviously, they haven't identified them to us. Doesn't mean that they haven't identified them inside their ranks, and it doesn't mean that they don't change their minds. So just keep an open mind on this one, everybody. And then take a deep breath, and also patience. It's real virtue in this. Okay. Next up, I don't know if you've had the same thought. It's just my musings. Where the hell?
So Bella says this about the pacemaker. Nancy is not there. Her pacemaker cannot connect. It sends out info with her transmitter. The pacemaker and transmitter work together to send her heart rhythms to the cardio center. That would make sense. And so also people are saying it has to be 30 to 50 feet away anyway. And I'm guessing that's really only if it's still connected to the transmitter, right? But thank you for that, Bella. That's why you have a surgical nurse in the chat. But also, it looks like most people think that they blundered it. So most people hit number 2 there. In fact, only 1 or 2 people said they got it right.
Have the bloodhounds been? And the cadaver dogs. And I hate even saying that, but I think we have to think that way. Where have all the dogs been? I have not seen evidence of that kind of work. I haven't seen bloodhounds. I've seen people searching. I haven't seen bloodhounds. I haven't seen those kinds of dogs, you know? And I'm just a little surprised by it. Again, I go back to the first few days of this entire saga where the sheriff said we've called off the search permanently unless or until, you know, something's warranted. I was shocked then, shocked now. But we haven't seen that. We just haven't seen a lot of dogs out. It's not that we haven't seen any. We just haven't seen them en masse, not at a level that I thought we would or we should. Cadaver dogs in particular at this point, I think that they should have those out there. But I just feel so disheartened at we're entering into week 3 now. And it's just really hard. And especially when you see Savannah and just how gut-wrenching this is for her and her family. And I end with this. Why are we all so invested, right? Why? What is it about this story that has us so incredibly...
You know what it is? It's a whodunit. That's why. Michael McKee, that happened and they got arrested not very long after. Nick Reiner arrested right away. But this one, an abduction of a whodunit of a celebrity. So that's the combination there, makes it fairly newsworthy. And of course, right, the money part plays a part. Some people would say the race part plays a part. But I mean, I think it's mostly the money and the status part that plays the biggest part.
Invested. The New York Times has talked about it being everybody's mom. I get that. But there's something else that it occurred to me today. And I talked about the everybody's mom in the episode last night, if you go back to it, how we just all feel a kinship to this 84-year-old vulnerable woman. Who does this? Who took her? But it's the who does this. That's what I'm really drilling in on today. This is the question, honest to God, who does this? This is the question that connects us all on a story that we can't shake as a nation, right? Even as a global community. Because if you're watching this from overseas, thank you. But I get it. we're all humans, right? And we just can't understand how someone can be so far outside the flock, right? Here's us. We're here. We're in this group. This is us. And then here are the motherfuckers that do shit like this. The Brian Kobergers of the world that do stuff like this, right? The Jeffrey Dahmers of the world, the Gacy's. All of these people are so far outside the flock. And when someone does this, the question that binds us all and makes a story like this, you know, capture our attention to the point where we're obsessed with it is that simple phrase, who does this? We said it in Idaho, right? We said it when we just couldn't believe that somebody would do this to 4 innocent kids. Who does this? It's the same principle that's connecting us now to the Nancy Guthrie story. Yes, Savannah Guthrie is famous. I know. Yes, Mrs. Guthrie is 84 and vulnerable, and we're all devastated. But it isn't as though this doesn't happen to a lot of people. And I've heard a lot of your comments as well. Why so much attention to this particular woman when there's so many people who are victims of crime? I get it. It's just sometimes there's a mystery that nobody can get their heads around. They just can't get their heads around it. And this is one of those. Who does this? And can we, as a community, solve it and bring justice to Savannah and her family? Anyway, that's how I feel. And I've done a lot of this, right? I've done so many of these stories, and we all wonder, wow, what is it about this story that has us all, coming together as one? And I really do believe that's the binding principle for many.
I mean, how often do you see a grandmother abducted anyway? Like I've said before, often it's a kid, and that's just as tragic. But often what happens is it's the stepfather or stepmother that does it, right? That's often what it is, but not always.
Of them. We are the ones inside the flock. And by the way, I'm very glad that you're in my flock. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for being a member.
In her flock? What is she watching the channel here? Stealing my language?
Thank you for being a subscriber. If you didn't subscribe, please do that. And thank you for listening and watching. And remember, if there's one thing you take away from this podcast, the truth isn't just serious, it's drop dead serious.
Well, I guess I can forgive Ashley because we do watch her stuff. So perhaps she sees it and says, oh yeah, he says flock of black sheep. I'll just say flock. How about that? Okay. But don't worry, Ashley Banfield. I have your back when Sheriff Nanos tries to come at you.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. I really, really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. I appreciate all the support. Today's Monday, a lot going on with the Nancy Guthrie investigation. First of all, brand new reporting that I have confirmed about the FBI showing up to gun shops in the Tucson area with a list of 40 names and 40 photos. What that could mean, I'm breaking it down. Also, the sheriff now officially clearing the Guthrie family, the siblings and their spouses. I've got my FBI panel, my expert friends joining me to discuss that. Also, new information on the DNA and what is taking so long when it comes to the DNA testing and getting that information in the CODIS database, which I'll explain why that's so important. And the possibility of more than one suspect actually at Nancy Guthrie's house when she may have been taken.
I could definitely see that, more than one suspect. As far as this list of 40 names go, I kind of get the sense that they're just throwing shit up against the wall with that. That's just my personal sense. But while you're here, please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And I go live every night, talk about true crime and current events. And I use my experience with mental health addiction and narcissistic abuse to shine a light on current events and true crime. And we have an awesome flock of black sheep here too.
All of this is coming up in this episode of Brian Ensign Investigates. Hey guys, so a couple of big developments. The first, which I was just talking about, but I have confirmed that the FBI has been to several gun shops in Tucson, and they've shown up, the agents have shown up with a list of 40 names and also 40 pictures, 40 photographs. And they are showing the names and the photographs to the gun shop employees to see, one, if any of those people have been inside the gun shop, and 2, if any of them have purchased a weapon, which is significant because that means perhaps that there's 40 people that they're interested in, that they're narrowing this window down. It's also possible that some of those people they're interested in, and like sometimes when they do lineups, and I don't know if this is that kind of a situation, but they'll throw other pictures in that are just irrelevant. But what I do know, again, is that they've gone to several gun shops with a list of 40 names and 40 photos trying to figure out if those people have been inside the gun shop. So these aren't just like pictures where they're saying, do you know who this person is? They have the names. They just want to know if they've been in the gun shops in Tucson. So that's new, and that's pretty interesting. The other thing that's new today is that the sheriff has cleared the Guthrie family as being suspects in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. The siblings and their spouses. And let me read you the sheriff's statement because it was a pretty intense statement. And this is pretty rare to see during an active investigation, a statement like this where people are outright cleared. And he hasn't done this in the past. I mean, he sort of alluded to it, but remember he said in the past, like, we're not, everybody could be a person of interest, but this is what he's saying now. He said, to be clear, the Guthrie family, to include all siblings and spouses, has been cleared as possible suspects in this case. The family has been nothing but cooperative and gracious and are...
And again, I've wondered, is he really just playing chess here, the sheriff, and trying to let people to let their guards down, maybe? It's a possibility. It's a possibility.
Victims in this case. And then he goes on to say, to suggest otherwise is not only wrong, it is cruel. The Guthrie family are victims, plain and simple. Please, I'm begging you, the media, to honor your profession and report with some sense of compassion and professionalism. So it's kind of an emotional statement that he's giving, and he's clearly fed up with people calling out the Guthrie family. And it's been an issue just in general with this case and other cases I've seen. I mean, people start putting photos on social media claiming that people are suspects, and it can really do a lot of damage to their reputation. And it's just, irresponsible. So but the big news is flat out now we know that the Guthrie family has been cleared. The other new piece of reporting here has to do with, you guys know that this glove that was found 2 miles from here at Nancy Guthrie's house is being tested. The FBI says it matches the glove that was on the suspect in the surveillance videos we've seen. We know that it's being tested and it's going to be put into the CODIS database, which is this FBI database of DNA, mostly criminals, where they can go and they can cross-reference and try to figure out who the DNA belongs to. But we're learning about now delays, and it's whenever you're watching this, I'm not sure, but right now it's Monday night. We've learned that it's still not in the CODIS database. And my colleague, Libby Dean, a correspondent who works in Washington, D.C., has some sources saying there are unnecessary delays in getting DNA into the FBI database. Let me read you what she's reporting. She says,
now, before she goes into this, though, like, to me, the delay would be once you send it to Florida, they can't do it there. They have to only do it at Quantico.
the decision to send the glove with DNA to a private lab in Florida is causing what one source familiar with the case calls unnecessary delays in getting the DNA entered into the FBI's CODIS database. That's because the FBI does not accept DNA submissions directly from private labs. Instead, once testing is complete in Florida, it's likely the DNA data extracted must first be sent back to the state of Arizona, where it can be uploaded and becomes shareable with the FBI for entry into CODIS. That extra step adds time, creating what the source describes as a catch-up process when the FBI could have processed and entered the data with it.
So honestly, it sounds like they just have different opinions about it. People like Jennifer Koffendorfer, they had no problems with it going to Florida. I don't think Maureen had a problem with it going to Florida either, because you want the evidence going to the same place. But now I guess there's other people saying, well, now this is causing a hiccup because you can't send stuff directly from a Florida lab to Quantico to enter it into CODIS. So, or what's the correct pronunciation of that word? CODIS. But again, I guess it's just a matter of opinion there. Whether you want them going to the same place, or is the time factor more important to you? What do you weigh out as being more important? Time or the evidence going to the same place?
A day, according to the source. So basically, the FBI is saying again that because the Pima County Sheriff's Office did not send this DNA directly to Quantico, to the FBI facility, and instead sent it to their private lab in Florida, that it's slowing.
And it's called CODIS. I hope I'm saying it correctly.
Things down. Of course, the Pima County Sheriff has come back on some of that criticism in the past and said, look, we actually talked to the FBI before we went with our Florida lab, and we were all in agreement. So it's still kind of tricky there. You got two different people telling two different stories there, but it sounds like, according to Libby's source, there's a delay now in getting this DNA into the CODIS database because it went to the private lab in Arizona, which is interesting. I'm joined now by Maureen O'Connell, retired FBI agent and friend of the show. It's nice to see you again, as always.
There she is. Maureen, let's see what she has to say about this. Danielle, you see who it is?
Maureen and Morgan Lane, who is worked in forensics for a long time, is new to the show, is friends with Maureen. And just, if you don't mind, Morgan, just tell my viewers a little bit about your background before we start.
Sure, of course. Yes. So I've been working in the field of forensics for approximately 22 years. Primarily, all of my investigations have been major crime scene investigations to include homicides, attempt homicides, sexual assaults, all the way down to burglaries. My career was in LA County, and I was finished my career as a forensic supervisor at Hawthorne PD.
Great. Well,
just
it's nice
a few
to meet
days ago. She just finished a few days ago.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we're happy to have you on. Thank you so much, Morgan. I want to.
What do you want to bet that Maureen is her mentor? Look at her Maureen smile about that. Love to see it.
Start out reading you this, Maureen, though, because this just happened. This is a new statement from the Pima County Sheriff. And what he says is, to be clear, the Guthrie family, to include all siblings and spouses, has been cleared as possible suspects in this case. The family has been nothing but cooperative and gracious and are victims in this case. To suggest otherwise is not only wrong, it is cruel. The Guthrie family are victims, plain and simple. Please, I am begging you, the media, to honor your profession and report with some sense of compassion and professionalism. So I wanted to see what you think, Maureen, because he's sort of alluded to that in the past, but then he's also said things like, well, everybody's still a person of interest. But now he's being very clear in black and white that they are cleared as possible suspects and that includes siblings and spouses. What do you make of it, Maureen?
That's the most definitive thing he's ever said throughout this entire investigation. So I'm glad to hear it. If that's what the whole investigative team is saying, then that's what we got to go with.
Do you think that means that they may be closing in on someone? That's what I thought. Like, does this mean that if they're clearing all of them, does that mean they may be getting closer to finding?
I don't think so. But what do you think, chat? Do you think it means they're closer to finding someone? Press 1 if you think they're closer to finding someone. Press 2 if you think no, not at all.
Who did it?
Yes, I think that's exactly what this might mean. And, we're expecting DNA.
I'm actually very surprised she said that.
results as early as today. So they may be planning something big within the next day. Maybe tomorrow.
You've sort of got the sense, Maureen, that something has been building, that we may.
The question was the fact that the family's been cleared. Do you think that means something, that they're closer to catching someone? Or 2, no, it doesn't really mean anything. I think number 2, but Maureen disagrees with me. She thinks it might mean something.
We may be getting closer, maybe even this week.
Yeah, I've felt this inertia building for the last week or so. And it also comes from the experience of being in big investigations where you've got subpoenas out, you've got the DNA information out. They're telling us it's going to come back. We executed search warrants. The search warrant information caused us to subpoena more people. You've got some people probably under surveillance, other people with the whole phone situation and all the advanced technological stuff that's happening. It's all just coming together. When you add into that the tips and leads and then how they doubled when they doubled the reward, we've got a lot of information pouring in, getting merged and purged every which way. And I just hope that it's go time.
So my chat, the flock of black sheep, thinks no closer to finding anyone, to which I agree. Great minds think alike, as they say. But while you're here, please remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Likes are free, and super chats are a great way to get questions answered, and memberships are also a great way to support the channel.
I want to ask you, Morgan, because there's been a big focus on the DNA the last couple of days, because we know they found DNA in Nancy's house, and then they also found DNA on this glove 2 miles away from Nancy's house that apparently the FBI says looks like the glove that the suspect was wearing. How did they go about? I'll start with the glove. How would you go about processing a glove like that?
So when we get evidence like that, we're looking for the biological evidence, more like trace DNA. So skin cells, sweat, things like that are left behind inside of the glove. So we bring it back, we process it, swab it, and then send it to a lab, whichever lab of your choice. Obviously, the sheriff in this case had a lab in Florida. So we're going for those touch DNA, that skin cell. I mean, it's a little bit difficult only because you have that glove 2 miles away from the scene. But obviously, if it comes back with a profile, it's investigative lead, and they can hunt it down.
The fact that it wasn't found, it was found almost 2 weeks later. Is that an issue? I mean, I don't think it had rained at that point, but it's still, outside here in Arizona.
I mean, it can have effects on it, but I mean, the bigger issue is going to be down the road in court. But either way, the goal obviously is to get Nancy back. So if they're going to swab that, get some DNA from it, and then run that lead down, then that's the ultimate goal. How it holds up in court might be a little bit trickier later, because you're talking, like you said, 2 weeks down the road, 2 miles away from the house. I mean, it's a good defense if someone wants to ask later, could that glove have been, thrown out when he was on a walk or when he was driving down the street, or however it got there.
Yeah, you talk about defenses. I was thinking that too, just that they acknowledge that there's been so many gloves that have found and that searchers have dropped gloves. I mean, that seems like a defense attorney would just key in on that statement that they put out. With Nancy's house, though, they've said that
Brian, can I weigh in on the gloves?
Yeah, go. Yeah, always, Maureen. Just feel free to jump in.
When we're talking about the gloves that they found, those 17 other ones, you have to understand a couple of things. Number one, they had a bunch of searchers out there. I think they said at the beginning that they were volunteers, and they have this whole contingent of people, sworn and unsworn, and volunteers that come out to do all their search and rescue stuff. So they have a different sense of evidence and throwing things away than maybe a sworn person might, or a person that works on a forensics team like Morgan does. But also we've had instances where we put them all in a bag, and then the bag blows away, and then we have gloves all over the place. And I just think it was, Morgan, do you have any experience with that?
Yes, I mean,
and by the way, Maureen and Brian Etten, to me, they're the A team. I actually did reach out to Maureen today, so hopefully she gets back to me.
Really speaking, at crime scenes, we create trash bags that's specifically for our discarded wear, whether it's like biosuits or gloves, water ampules that we're using. We try to keep all of our trash in one location, but you're right, things happen. Potentially a windy day. I mean, it's Arizona, the elements are obviously part of it. I would say, though, with that glove, if you're going back to Nancy, if they're going to say whether or not it came from the suspect, like if that's going to be defense down the road, I mean, if Nancy's DNA is on it, now it's a whole different ballgame, right? Because if he's grabbing her and then he discards the glove, you should have both suspect and victim on it, which now is a little more difficult to prove. Why is that glove deposited out there with both victim and suspect DNA on it?
And then one final thought on that is, I have never, ever in 25 years working crime, have I ever worn black nitrile gloves. I mean, I've worn blue ones, white ones, but we don't wear black ones because I always felt it was important to wear lighter color ones so that if I got anything on it, I could immediately take them off and discard them in our trash,
Yeah, and I will say there was one day I saw the FBI searching, and there was one female FBI agent that had a big wad of black gloves sticking out of her back pocket. And I'm assuming she had them in case she saw something and needed to put the gloves on. But it's funny, I noticed it because I was like, they look like they were going to fall out. And even we bought those black gloves because we wanted to show. I don't know if I showed you, Maureen, that one day, but we bought them because we wanted to show them in our stories, like, hey, gloves like this. And we were so careful. I was like, we better not drop any of these gloves. You know what I mean? Like
you're in enough trouble already, Brian.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, it'll be just my luck. There'll be my DNA on the, on the gloves. But anyway, I was surprised to see her.
So what they're even talking about is because like the day that crime scene was open, Brian Etten was there, like walking up to the front door. I don't even know if he went inside. If he was able to, he might have, but I don't think they were able to do that. I think he just walked right up to the house
With those gloves hanging out the back pocket like that, especially because the guy was wearing black. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
What were you going to say though, Morgan? Sorry.
Along Maureen's lines. I mean, there are black gloves. You can purchase them, generally speaking, for the exact reason that Maureen said we don't. A lighter colored glove shows if we have any fluids on our hands, when they get covered in black powder for processing for prints. Like, you can obviously see how much is on your gloves, so you can exchange them out. We have used them, but we switched away from them.
I want to ask you about, Morgan, about the house specifically, because the sheriff has said that they found DNA in the house that does not connect to Nancy. It's not Nancy Guthrie's DNA, and it's not her family or anyone in her inner circle, which I guess would mean that they've swabbed everybody at this point. Is that what that means?
Yeah, I mean, direct comparisons are easier to get through, quicker to get through. You're not uploading into the CODIS database. You're not trying to go through all of those profiles. It's quicker to do a direct comparison to a family member. So I'm assuming right off the bat, they asked for consent from those family members to get some buccal swabs from them and to get them sent to the lab for comparison. I'm guessing that's why you got that news today, that they're going to be able to rule those family members out. I guess based on the glove, if we're assuming the glove and the house, whatever that foreign profile is that's unknown at this time, I'm assuming it's coming back to no one.
So when they would go into a house like Nancy's to process it, and they say that they found DNA that doesn't belong to Nancy or any of her friends or family, how does that come about? Are they just swabbing the whole house? Like, can you really walk me through how they go about processing a house like this?
So generally speaking, when we go into houses, we want to look for areas that we believe were some point of contact by the suspect. So, I mean, in this case, it's a little more difficult because we don't have Nancy to say, this item was moved or this item has disappeared. So we're looking for areas where maybe it was disturbed, or I'm assuming because the family went to check on her, they noticed areas that looked maybe out of place, or like what they said, maybe some things were knocked over. So you're going to go for those areas. If you're going for door handles where the suspect was entering in and out, those areas can be swabbed, but generally speaking, they're a lot more difficult to analyze because how many people have touched that door handle? We slough off thousands of skin cells daily, so anybody who goes in and out of there potentially could have deposited onto those areas.
And again, this is just more of the reason why you play it safe and you don't open up that crime scene too soon. That seems to be freaking crime 101. Detective 101. Don't open up the crime scene too soon. It just seems like a very avoidable blunder.
But if they're saying they have a profile inside the house, I'm thinking that maybe it's something that they specifically swabbed, knowing that it looked like it had been gone through, it was ransacked, it was knocked over, something that led them to that area that they believed they would develop a profile.
If there's a knife out on the counter, you're going to do the handle of that and the blade. If need be, you're going to use alternate light sources. You're going to go through the house very systematically. We, in the FBI, we mark every single room, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, whatever it is. And then we, within there, every time we find any piece of evidence, we photograph it first, of course. And, we're going to, like for this case, I'll tell you where I would have tested. That guy was in there for 41 minutes. And one time we were called to process a hotel room right after 9/11 where they thought some hijackers stayed, or some people associated with the hijackers. And so I went in there with the bomb tech because we thought the room might be booby trapped first. Everyone was spread out all over the city. So we go in there. I couldn't find a fingerprint on anything. And I could usually find fingerprints anywhere. We were just about ready to give up. And then I thought, wait, there were 3 men staying in here for 2 days. I lifted up the toilet seat in a place where someone normally wouldn't, with my left hand, and then I processed the whole bottom of the toilet seat, and there were like 25 sets of prints. And so we developed all of them, collected all of them, and turned them into the case agents. So under a toilet, well, that's assuming someone would raise the toilet seat, but in a situation like this. But that guy was in there for 41 minutes. Whatever the heck he was doing, I mean, did he sit down and eat a meal? I would definitely test the handle of the refrigerator, because you'd be surprised how many people, take a powder after they do some nefarious deed. What do you think about that, Morgan?
When you said, Maureen, that you thought that he was maybe even high.
Oh yeah, I think for sure that guy was high. And the other thing about that person that I'd be looking for if I were processing that scene is, after watching that video of him at the entryway, he had that bite mic or that bite flashlight in his mouth. And whenever you're holding anything in your mouth, and like, even if there have been a few times I've had an actual flashlight in my mouth because I'm doing something with both hands, your mouth tends to water profusely. And so if he's holding it, and just to get it in there right a couple times, he's going to have his saliva all over those gloves. And the transfer for that could be pretty significant, right, Morgan?
And again, to me, it would be, well, does the balaclava mask block it, for one? Would the mask collect the saliva? That would be my one question. And maybe this is where Ashley Banfield got it from. Maureen was telling her about it.
Yeah, it's hard. It's difficult too, because his gloves were on before he came up to the door. So what has he touched without gloves? Did he touch that backpack while he was preparing it and transferring his skin cells onto the backpack? And then he touches the backpack with his gloves. He's now transferred that DNA onto his gloves that then could be transferred onto the door handle or somewhere inside of the house. Like, it's easily transferable, which is what we see in law enforcement, especially with touch DNA. It's not a large, like wet sample, blood, semen, saliva. It's a very free, lightweight sample that can travel and transfer easily. So although he thought he might be careful, it's very, very easy to transfer that stuff from other items you've touched. If he bought that weeks ago, if he wore that outfit, got dressed, he might have some skin cells on it. Then he's touching it with, he's just probably accumulating it on the gloves and then transferring it. If he's in there for 40 minutes and, his hands are starting to sweat, he's in that jumpsuit, like, you could now be, you're maybe there's some perspiration going on and dripping from the gloves. It's hard to.
So let's imagine it though. So you take the flashlight out of your mouth with your gloves. It's a little moist and there's maybe some drool on one end. And then, like, I wonder what their thing would be to really pick up with a black ray light. What would it be? I mean, and I imagine they already did this, right? They had to have done this in the first day or two, or now it could be anyone's things that are there. So to me, there's a limit here. They better hope they did it right in the beginning. That's what I would say.
But 41 minutes in the house is a long time to be in there to not transfer something. Maybe not fingerprints, because your fingerprints are going to be covered with your gloves, but DNA, definitely.
So if he touched his mouth and then touched the wall or touched the kitchen counter, that would, even with the gloves on, that would then leave DNA?
Yeah, so we have to go in a particular order when we're getting ready to swab something for DNA, because it doesn't. So imagine I put my gloves on and then I put a mask on. All I'm doing is touching my face, touching my hair, touching my ears. So you want to do it in a systematic order. If he put that mask on, or he's worn it before, and then he's now puts on his gloves, but he's going and touching that mask that's on his face, or he coughs or anything, sneezes, anything, he potentially is transferring that DNA onto those gloves that's getting transferred throughout the house.
What were you going to say, Maureen?
If let's say you go in the bathroom and the medicine cabinet is slightly ajar, you're going to stand there for a moment and imagine, where do I think this guy touched this thing? Where do I think he touched it? And then you may turn out the lights and use an alternate light source. You may just use a really good flashlight, but you're going to then start looking for fingerprints around that door. You're going to, we didn't have the video of how he tried to enter the house, but you can see now he's like a fat finger dude with those double gloves on. And I think the gloves he had under the nitro ones were like those neoprene ones that you get pretty much anywhere, including Walmart. And because they looked thick. They looked squishy, but they didn't look that thick and squishy. So anyhow, you're thinking, where would a guy with those type of gloves on with that size hand, where would he grab? And then you go and look for that, for the DNA, or you're not going to find fingerprints. But back then, they could have been looking for fingerprints.
I mean, door all over the home, right? Where else? I don't know where else, but other people that are in law enforcement might know to think what else.
They didn't know he was double gloved.
Would they be looking for fingerprint? Well, I guess if they knew he was gloved, you're right, though. The video came out later.
The foliage, of course. We can't forget the foliage. Maybe there's some foliage there that had some DNA.
So initially, they probably were looking for fingerprints all over the place, you think?
We still process for fingerprints a lot of times because more times than not, I cannot tell you that they take off their gloves while they're in there because they're trying to do something and they touch a few things and then they re-glove. We've had where they come in with one glove on one hand. I mean, in this case, I think we see both hands, but it's one of those things where you don't know what they did. You don't have a play-by-play. So it's better to be cautious and to process as if you don't know. So that you get that evidence initially and not, 2 weeks later or weeks after.
With the blood droplets we saw, would they test every droplet or do they just test a couple typically, Morgan?
Generally speaking, we'll only test something that's outside of the norm. So if you have a blood trail and everything's flowing in the trail, but then there's one cast off, like far to the left or far to the right, and it doesn't look like it's in the same flowing pattern as the other blood drops, we'll swab that one. Obviously, we swab the trail, but we're looking for ones that are out of the norm of the blood stain.
With all the cases that you processed over the years, Morgan, were you surprised that they cleared the crime scene so quickly initially, before the FBI even had the opportunity to come back and do their thing?
Yeah, it's always hard because with the information you get initially, a lot of times it's easy to Monday morning quarterback because when we first get the info, we're limited on the information that we get. And then as it starts to develop and it develops more, if we've already cleared, then sometimes that's probably what you're seeing is where they're rolling back to the scene and they're doing additional follow-up, where they probably got that video and then we're like, oh shoot, now we need to go and look for those weeds that look just like they were, cast aside on the doorstep. We need to look at areas that were touched. It's hard because it takes a lot of times, days to get more information. And so when they're initially processing what they believe is maybe a missing person or possibly suspicious, maybe there wasn't as much effort that went in initially, but that was based off the info that they had.
What, Maureen, did it surprise you?
Well, for me, if it was processed properly, no, you can release it whenever you think you're done. But I'm going to go through what our protocols are, and I'm sure Morgan will say hers are similar from the state and local side. But when we before we leave a crime scene, we have a list of about 20 things we have to do before we leave. We have to make sure everything is done. And it's not just one person making the decision. The team will get together and you'll say, hey, do we have everything from room B? Walk me through what you did here, because there's usually only going to be one person that's going to testify. We think all the way to trial when we're doing this. All right, we found this here. We've got the photographs. Everything's done. It's all been to scale. You got a close, a medium, a far away shot so that we can recreate it if need be. And then we go through just all of our whole set of protocols to determine, yes, everything that we feel should have been done has been done.
And we got to hope the sheriff let the FBI and everyone do this before they opened up the scene. Do we have faith that he did? I don't. I don't have faith that he did. But the FBI should know this stuff, right? And they would I hope they would say to him, hey, you don't want to close this or open this up to the public until we've been able to do all of this. And even so, the mat never got taken to. And I won't understand why they didn't do that.
At that point, yes, you can release the scene. But in a case like this, when it just started growing so quickly, it just would have made more sense just to put up the caution tape, leave it up, and maybe have, sometimes the sheriff department wouldn't have the manpower to put someone on there 24 hours, because that's a lot of manpower to take away from a department that's covering, what's that county? Didn't they say it was something like 9,000 square miles?
It's huge. Yeah.
It's huge. That you can't have a deputy just sitting there the whole time. That family, if you want, we could, I mean, they could have hired someone to sit there and secure that place. I don't know if it would be considered secure for police purposes, but I guess I see both sides. I guess I see both sides, but in this particular instance, I think they cleared it way too soon, especially since the FBI was coming in. And as a courtesy, I would have locked it down until the FBI got there and said, okay, it looks like everything's been done the way we would want to be.
Oh my God. So she's saying here that they opened it up before the FBI even got there. Because I was hearing that, okay, he called them in like a day or two later. But I guess they opened up the crime scene before they got there. And do you trust the detectives on the scene to do it right? I don't know. I don't know. I would feel more confident if the FBI was able to do it too. How about that?
Because I don't think that was the case.
I actually, to chime in on that, I agree. I would do the same if it was a local investigation and we knew the FBI was coming in to assist, and the amount of resources the FBI has. I don't know that we would have released it at that point. We would have kept it until that FBI or whoever we had requested resources from came in before we released. Because once you release it, it's just a little more difficult.
And you have to get another warrant.
Yeah.
And if you don't have a warrant and you go in with a consent to search, it's not
a risk.
It's a big risk to have any of that evidence brought in, because the judge signs off on it. That proves that you had probable cause. And so it's a lot easier to have the evidence submitted.
Yeah, I touched on that with Steve Moore, your friend and retired FBI agent, also earlier this week when we were talking about Annie's house, because we were told that Annie's family gave consent for them to search, and he was saying, but even if they gave consent, you would want a warrant regardless, just because it holds up stronger if you end up in court.
Yeah. It's a lot easier to get any evidence thrown out if it was on a consent than if you had a warrant. Basically.
And I want to ask Morgan about this, because you and I talked about this, Maureen, that you think it's possible that there could have been a second suspect, that he was at the front door, this guy who we've seen, and there may have been someone else. Would they have ways to look for that when they're processing the crime scene, Morgan? Like, what would they be looking for in that regard?
It's without video surveillance nowadays, it's hard to go into a crime scene knowing how many people you're looking for, which is like we've talked about why we do what we do in a systematic way.
I mean, unless I'm watching someone, I don't really want other people promoted.
Every time to ensure we don't leave things behind. It's very, very much routine practices when you get inside. But to know if there was more than one by just looking at the crime scene itself, that would be difficult to decide. As far as there being one, or I think I heard on the news today that someone was saying that they thought a crime of opportunity. And all of my career, I don't know a time when someone would break into a house where they don't know who's on the other side, in the sense of, and then we're going to abduct someone and keep a lady with me. You'd have to be prepared for that. You have to take someone that's almost immobile to your home or wherever you're going to keep them. Like, that's pre-planning. I don't think it's crime of opportunity where you broke in for a burglary and then you took an 84-year-old woman with you. I just don't think that's the case.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think there may have been someone at the back door, Maureen? Or when you said you thought there might be two people, what do you mean?
Well, I think it's likely that someone may have been driving a vehicle, and I think it may have been pulled up into the driveway. I think they may have approached the house with no headlights on, pulled into the driveway, got into the circle, the first part of that circle drive, out of view of that camera or of the front door, and then had that guy who I am convinced was stoned walk up there. But I think he was just trying to, he looked like he was surprised with that camera, but I don't know, why would he even walk up to that front door unless he thought it was open or he had a key? Because when you have a burglar door like that, they're almost impossible. They're impossible to open just, with brute force. And secondly, they have that very thick front oak door that's like a Spanish style. So my only thing with the front door is was he just checking it out to see what the deal was? He hired by someone who said, "Hey, go up to the front door and see if the front door is open or whatever." But the fact that we've heard in a press release that the back door was wide open, the back door was ajar in some way, shape, or form, and the back door is a door that could be
I don't
breached.
think we actually, sorry to interrupt you. I don't think we know that for sure, actually. And it's confusing because there's been so much different reporting. I think there was someone reporting that about the back door, but they never confirmed it. We don't know for sure that the back door was open.
But okay, fair enough. But we do know that the back door was far easier to get in than the front door.
Yeah.
There's just no question. Could she have left the screen door open? Maybe. I don't think so. If I'm an old lady living alone, the doors are locked. But could both doors be unlocked? I don't think so.
What do you think, Morgan? With all the scenes you've seen?
What, the front door and back door, like why they would have gone in, or if you think there's two people.
Or how they may have gotten in. I mean, because it doesn't seem like they got in through the front door, maybe left through the front door with the blood, but.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why I don't think this is just a random crime of opportunity where someone walked up, checked a door, wiggled a few windows. I don't think that's the case. I think there was intent here. I think there was a plan. I think they knew means of access to get in. I just think it's too far-fetched to think that someone just was able to pop open a back door, or by chance her back door was open and someone was at the front door. It could be. There's been.
I think the odds of it being a burglary are very low. I think 85 to 90% it's an abduction / worse. That's what I would say.
It's a lot of crime scene in my days, but I think there's probably reason to believe that this somehow was planned in some way, whether she was a target because she was a little old lady that they've seen, at her house alone and never seen any other family members living there. And maybe that's the crime of opportunity. But I think there was some planning that went into that day.
There's been a lot of talk, especially on like Twitter, people shocked that there was a pizza delivery guy that went up to the front door. The pool guy, I think, has come twice. There was a landscaper there today. Does that surprise you that these people are allowed to just walk onto the property? Or I guess if it's not a crime scene, is it just, I guess they're not worried about it? When I mean not a crime scene, I mean it's not like taped off anymore.
Yeah, it barely, obviously it's giving you the vibe that it's broken down and that they've gotten everything that they need and they're done. But that's, it'll pose problems later. If you're literally going to a crime scene and you're processing it after multiple people are seen on video by your news cameras, dropping off pizza, walking through the backyard, doing landscaping. What if the landscaper came across the glove days later? It potentially is going to pose some questions down the road. I think you're seeing them go back multiple times on rollbacks because there is more information coming out. And so then they're popping back over and trying to get more, and then popping back over and trying to get more. I think you're seeing the tents go up because we do that whenever there's media around. We're trying to block what we're investigating because obviously it's really easy for you guys to zoom in and figure out what we're doing, that information to the public. So the tents up and things like that, I think, are just trying to obviously give them some privacy for their investigation.
So she's talking about the tent / I think about the car too, but they were hiding what they were doing. Some people were speculating in terms of the car almost be a body, but no, I don't think so. I think they were just hiding what they were investigating, like she's saying here.
But I think it's all those follow-ups that they're just having more and more questions about as more and more information comes out. But Maureen's 100% right. It's difficult to man a house like that for multiple days, and in this instance, weeks. But if that's where you're at, that's what you got to do. I think initially, that it was probably more presumed to be missing person with a little, then started rolling into foul play, which is why I think it happened quickly. They scooped up the evidence they needed. They cleared it. They thought they were done. And then as they get video and things, that's why you just keep rolling back. That's what's happening.
As always, I really appreciate Maureen for taking the time to talk with me, and it was great to get Morgan on the show also. She's going to be hopefully a regular, awesome with her expertise in the forensic field. So I'll stay on it. I'm outside Nancy's house now. Keep you guys posted on everything. Was super interested to get that new reporting today, confirmed that the FBI has been at those gun stores. I think that's significant with the list of 40 names and 40 photos. So I'll continue to dig into that.
I think they're throwing some crap up against the wall with that, but that's just my opinion.
And I wanted to say to
Abduction theories explode. This is Law and Crime Network with Chris Stewart.
whoever has her or knows where she is, that it's never too late. And you're not lost or alone. And it is never too late to do the right thing.
A direct and deeply emotional message to the kidnapper of her mom. Savannah Guthrie releasing a heartbreaking new video. It is now day 16 in the desperate search for 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie. No arrest, no clear suspect, and swirling, conflicting reports about what may have motivated her abduction from her home on February 1st. And we just got new information in about the clothing that armed, masked person was wearing on Nancy Guthrie's door. And this new information could be huge in solving this case. We're on the case, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart.
So before we begin, please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and I'm here live every night talking about true crime and current events. There's also a great flock of black sheep in the chat here as well.
Hey guys, real quick before we start this episode of On the Case, one of the most watched shows on YouTube, I want to talk about our partner and sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, America's largest personal injury law, loomed over this case. Who took Nancy Guthrie? And more specifically, who would abduct an 84-year-old woman battling serious health issues, a woman who depends on daily medication to survive? I want to show you what the Pima County Sheriff's Department just posted Monday afternoon. We don't have suspects in this case, but now for the first time, the sheriff is ruling people out. The sheriff writes, quote, "To be clear, the Guthrie family, to include all siblings and spouses, has been cleared as possible suspects in this case. The family has been nothing but cooperative and gracious and are victims in this case." The sheriff, Chris Nanos, goes on to say, quote, "To suggest otherwise is not only wrong, it's cruel. The Guthrie family are victims, plain and simple. Please, I'm begging you, the media, to honor your profession and report with some sense of compassion and professionalism." Early on in this investigation, there were reports that Nancy Guthrie's son-in-law may be a prime suspect in this case because it was believed that he is the last person to see Nancy Guthrie before she was taken from her home. It's been reported that he was the one who drove Nancy Guthrie back to her house. Now, previously, the sheriff said that no one would be cleared until an arrest had been made in this case. It's unclear what changed that and what prompted him to make this statement now. There are several theories that have been speculated online, and one of them is that whoever took Nancy, that wasn't the intent when they entered her home, that the intent was actually to burglarize it, to steal stuff. Then something happened, and they were forced to take Nancy Guthrie. Now, law enforcement, they have not come out and officially shared what they think the intent was of the person or people who took Nancy Guthrie, and it's unclear if they even know that at this point, at least from what they're saying to us officially. Now, there is a media report, though, that's getting a lot of attention, and it's getting pushback from law enforcement, and it claims that Nancy Guthrie is the victim of what was supposed to be a burglary at her home. We will dive into that new report in just a moment. But before we do that, I want to talk about what Savannah Guthrie posted on her Instagram Sunday night. It is a new video. It is raw. It is emotional. And much of her message is to her mom's kidnapper.
We've seen this multiple times, so we'll skip this.
It is clear that this family continues to hold on to hope that Nancy will come home. This newest message, it seems raw, it seems unscripted, and it's certainly a different tone from her last video that you might remember. It came in around the time of a deadline that was included in an alleged ransom note sent to media outlets like TMZ. This was it.
Hi there, everybody.
So here's the thing. I mean, she's probably in the 4 Fs the whole time here. Fight, flight, freeze, fawn. And when you're in that, you kind of go into this default state. So maybe she's into movies, Maybe that's part of the reason why she's quoted movies. Maybe some of it's because the FBI told her to, and that's why she sounded like the Silence of the Lambs in that very first one. All of it could contribute.
I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts as we enter into another week of this nightmare. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I.
Following right now. Of course, we've heard from the sheriff, but other than that, there's still a lot that we don't know when it comes to the inner circle of this investigation.
I mean, in terms of the ransom notes TMZ's getting, I don't put much faith in them at all. I kind of think they could be bogus, and TMZ's kind of acting like they're more important than they really are. So I'm not really a fan of that.
But we are learning about a potential clue that has to do with the person seen wearing a mask, a jacket, gloves, and a backpack on Nancy Guthrie's front steps around the time she vanished. The Pima County Sheriff says the clothing that you see on the person in that video, they believe that it was possibly bought at Walmart. Now, these clothes are not exclusively available at Walmart. They're calling this a possibility. But when you say Walmart, you add that clothing to the backpack that the FBI says is one exclusively sold at Walmart, a 25-liter Ozark Trail hiker pack backpack. And again, the only place you can get it is Walmart. Then you have Fox News that came out with a report saying that the holster that you see on the man.
I think they actually came out and said, actually, it's not just Walmart. I think there can be other places too. But if that came out, I saw that later today.
Waist, that appears to be a holster. It goes for $10, so it's pretty cheap. And it's sold at some Walmarts. And they found it in stock at 5 Walmarts in the Tucson area. So we'll see how that factors into trying to identify if the person we see in that video, did they buy these clothes and that backpack relatively recently, and that can help them track down who that person is. Now, let's get to this new report that came in that is getting a lot of attention. It's from the CBS affiliate in Phoenix. A reporter, Brianna Whitney, who is a true crime reporter there. She hosts a series called True Crime Arizona. She put out a story saying that she has an inside source telling her that law enforcement believe that Nancy Guthrie is the victim of a burglary gone wrong. And the intent of the person or people who went into her home, it wasn't to take Nancy Guthrie, it was to steal things, but something must have happened inside of the house that made her the victim of a botched burglary. This would be instead of a plan for them to show up and kidnap Nancy Guthrie all along. Now, that report, it's being disputed today by the Pima County Sheriff to an extent. This is what the sheriff told us. PCSD, Pima County Sheriff's Department, has never stated that this was a burglary gone wrong. Any reports indicating otherwise are inaccurate. This remains a very active investigation.
Oh, so the Pima County Sheriff Department says, nope, it is not a burglary gone wrong.
Now, look, if you want to read into that statement a little bit more, it is pushing back on the report, and it's pushing back on the department ever stating that this was a burglary gone wrong, and to suggest that, they say, would be inaccurate.
I think they can't find Nancy because, for one, they don't have any solid enough leads. They don't know who did it. They don't know where they went. They could be hundreds of miles away, thousands of miles away. They could have been that far away by the time they even noticed she was missing. So, given all that, she could be anywhere.
Opposed to them saying the story itself is incorrect. Now, the FBI also spoke to Fox News, who reached out for comment, and the FBI said that they don't know where that story came from. So it appears the Bureau is also pushing back a bit as well. Now, some experts have suggested what that local news report out of Arizona is claiming, that whoever entered Nancy's home, they didn't intend to take her, but something must have happened inside, and it resorted to that. Some of the reasons they point to that, well, you think of the images like this one. This one was put out by TMZ. This is of a suspicious person caught on camera in the weeks surrounding Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. And there have been several of these that have been posted on social media, and many of them have nothing to do with the Guthrie case. In this one, we see a man on January 23rd walking backwards intentionally on the front steps of a house 6.5 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. TMZ blurred the man's face, but they say that he has facial hair, and it's similar to the man you see in the surveillance video that was released by the FBI from Nancy Guthrie's house. Now, TMZ says that the FBI is following this as a lead, but it's unclear, again, if it has anything to do with the Guthrie case. This video was taken at around 5 o'clock in the morning, and then apparently a dog barks and the man takes off running. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is that Nancy Guthrie, based off the timeline given to us, around 2 o'clock in the morning, 2:30, her pacemaker disconnects from her iPhone. So this apparently happened in the early hours of the morning, and we're just seeing videos where you see other examples of people showing up on the doorsteps of folks in Tucson, Arizona in the early hours of the morning. Now, on top of that, we've had experts talk to us about how when it comes to kidnappings, an 84-year-old woman with health issues needing medication daily is just a very vulnerable target that kidnappers often do not target for ransom. So that could potentially lead you in the direction of the speculation that this was a burglary gone wrong. But on the other hand, we have talked to law enforcement experts who say it's very rare for a home burglary to happen in the middle of the night because that's when people are home and they're sleeping. And if you were to go into somebody's house and you want to take stuff, having a confrontation with a person who may wake up is the last thing you want in that situation. It's typically commercial buildings that become targets at night of burglars. And when you look at the suspicious person on Nancy Guthrie's front steps, it does appear that backpack is full as they approach the door, which is another thing that you would not expect from someone who is planning to take items from a home. But again, that CBS affiliate in Phoenix says their inside sources are telling them that this was a burglary that went very wrong. And then you have the Pima County Sheriff pushing back on that report. So let's talk a little bit more about the evidence that we know about in this case. We just talked about that information coming in about Walmart and where the clothes potentially could have been bought that we see on that person on Nancy Guthrie's front steps. We're also still waiting for this DNA to come back related to a glove that was found about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. The FBI sent us a statement.
The glove that was 2 miles from the home, I have very, very low doubts for that one, or low hopes, I should say. And I think that's the glove they said, oh, this looks like the one in that picture from the Nest Cam. Yeah, even so, I don't have high hopes for it.
That says the glove that was found, it was found in a field on the side of a road. The agents say as they searched the miles surrounding Nancy's home, they found 16 gloves. I did find it interesting that they said that the majority of the gloves were from searchers who had just thrown them on the ground. But then there's one glove they found that seems to be offering at least a glimmer of hope in this case. That glove, quote, this is from the FBI, appears to match the gloves of the subject in the surveillance video. Now, when you hear that line, it certainly grabs your attention. The FBI says the Pima County Sheriff's Department sent the glove to a private lab that it uses in Florida. It was sent on Thursday last week. It was tested on.
Think of it like this. It would be incredibly stupid for whoever did it to toss the gloves that close to the home. That being said, stupider things have been done, but I don't have high hopes for it.
Friday last week, then preliminary results came back on Saturday, and now the FBI is waiting for quality control and official confirmation. And when that comes back, the FBI says it will then put the DNA profile into CODIS, which is their national DNA database. And if the DNA is of a person who's had any sort of previous run-in with the law, it should have a match. That database is full of people who have been convicted of crimes, arrested, or detained. Now, the FBI has not gone into more detail on whether there's anything specific that brings that glove to Nancy Guthrie's home beyond the fact that it looks like the one worn in the video by that masked, armed individual. And we should be clear that it is possible that the glove was just the result of someone glittering. And also beyond that, even if there's a match in CODIS, it was brought up that, well, that could just mean that there was someone with a criminal record who was roughly 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home at some point. It may not be connected to this case, but you have to admit it's a clue that could mean something in this investigation now as we enter week 3. It does appear this glove is a commonly used nitrile glove that's then put over another glove. When you look at that video, we have not heard from the FBI whether they found Nancy Guthrie's DNA on the glove. Now, we do know that investigators found DNA other.
Now, that would be something interesting, right? If Nancy's DNA is found on these gloves, oh, now there's a direct connection, right? But until you see that, only so good.
Than Nancy's, her family, or people close to her at her house, but it's unclear who that belongs to. It's also unclear if it is someone who entered her home with bad intentions, or maybe it's someone who was at her house to help. Maybe it was hired help like a gardener or a pool person who reportedly submitted DNA samples. Now, the sheriff has not unveiled what evidence they found inside Nancy Guthrie's home. We do know that there was blood on the front steps, and that blood came back to match Nancy Guthrie, as we see it here in this video from News Nation. The sheriff has also said that law enforcement don't have suspects in this case, but he did have an interesting line that I think we need to talk about, that he said after the raid of a home about 2 miles from Nancy's house on Friday night, there was also that dramatic traffic stop. There was a man who was detained and released, and the sheriff told media outlets that the person pulled over in a traffic stop at a Culver's was a person of interest in this case. He first said it to Fox News, but that person has been released. Now, the CBS affiliate in Phoenix is reporting that DNA is being tested from that vehicle. Now, that raid moved quickly on Friday night. We saw a SWAT team move in. There was a federal search warrant of the home, which was in an upscale neighborhood a couple miles from Nancy Guthrie's house. NBC News, though, is reporting that authorities are leaning away from anyone who has been detained at this point as potential suspects.
I just wanted to come on and say that we still have hope, and we still believe.
Now, it does appear in Savannah's new video that she is holding on to hope that her mom is still out there, and this story could finally have a happy ending after such a nightmare. The sheriff told the New York Times that the investigation will continue no matter what. And
I mean, it is interesting that they're saying anyone who has been previously detained is no longer considered a suspect in any way. Not that they ever were, but they're saying they're all cleared. Maybe they're doing it to lower their guard and playing chess. I don't know. It's possible, but I don't think so.
He said this, and this was the line that did get a bit of attention over the weekend when it comes to bringing this case to an end. Quote, maybe it's an hour from now, maybe it's weeks or months or years from now, but we won't quit. We're going to find Nancy. We're going to find this guy. That's Sheriff Chris Nanos to the New York Times. Now, another development that happened today that I think we should talk about, TMZ continues to say that they're receiving emails from someone who claims to know where Nancy Guthrie is and who took her. Now, it is unclear if these emails are real, but Harvey Levin from TMZ said today they received a new letter from this person who's been demanding payment to
and I wouldn't believe this for a second, honestly.
Provide information. This person has emailed 3 times, initially asking for 1 Bitcoin for the information they say they have, according to TMZ. Today's letter reportedly said, quote, I know what I saw 5 days ago south of the border, and I was told to shut up. So I know who he is, and that was definitely Nancy with them, end quote. Now, the person sending these emails, they appear to be different from whoever was behind those 2 alleged ransom notes that TMZ and local television stations in Tucson received, demanding Bitcoin with 2 deadlines that have since passed. It's unclear how serious the FBI is taking this person who's continuing to email TMZ. Now, the FBI is offering $100,000 for information that leads to Nancy Guthrie or the person or people who took her from her home on February 1st. If you have information on Nancy Guthrie, you can contact the Pima County Sheriff at 520-351-4900. You can also contact the FBI. Their number is 1-800-CALL-FBI or go to tips.fbi.gov. Join us now to talk more about this case, retired FBI Special Agent Greg Rogers. Thank you for being with us here on Law and Crime. This debate today after this.
Retired FBI Greg Rogers. I don't think I've ever seen this guy before, so let's see what we think about him.
Report came out of Arizona by a television station that they have a source saying that the theory is that this was a botched burglary and Nancy Guthrie was not initially a target. The sheriff and the FBI, they seem to be pushing back on that a little bit. What do you make based off what we know at this point about what potentially happened here?
I sort of discredit the botched burglary theory myself for reasons being that when you it was even though I think it's obvious from the video cam that the individual that approached the front door made numerous mistakes, had really poor preoperative planning, but your average, a burglary is kicking in a door, stealing. What is it they were going to take? I mean, does the individual that's giving that tip saying that they believe there was something really valuable in the Guthrie home? That's just a strange neighborhood to do like a burglary. They weren't going to just go in there and steal TVs and things like that. So I really doubt that. I don't think that's a viable theory. And burglars don't traditionally kidnap the people who are in the residence. I mean,
I agree with him. I don't think it's a burglary.
Tragically, and I don't mean to sound cynical, but most burglars are just going to incapacitate the person that's in the residence. They're going to harm them, leave them there. I mean, they don't have any interest in taking a person with them. They've got something they want to steal. They steal it and they leave.
Yeah, and I know this television station, they just put out a statement saying they stand by their reporting. So we'll see. It's one of those things like we'll see when this all shakes out,
right,
like what actually it is, and we can only know so much from the outside. We've had experts who have said, and people may not realize this, that a home burglary typically doesn't happen at night because people are at home and they're
right,
sleeping. And the last thing you want, if you want to steal stuff, is to have a confrontation with a person in a home. Exactly. Where you see some of the commercial buildings are targets. But when I hear that, I also wonder, especially because we've heard, and even, in talking now, like this guy made a lot of mistakes when he showed up at the door. Like he didn't look like he was this sophisticated criminal mastermind, at least on the surface. Like, how often do people like that know that, though, and think that through and be like, well, there's probably someone in the house sleeping?
Unfortunately, there are professionals that that's what they do. They go from city to city, they burglarize, and then they move on, and they're actually very good at what they do. And it's all just a bet. But I mean, the bet is, it's pretty obvious. The chances of someone being home at that hour are pretty good. If you just do a little bit of surveillance, you would know when she wasn't there. I mean, it'd be easy to watch her drive away, and then you just go in and, take whatever it is you're going to take. There weren't a lot of things taken from the residence, it's my understanding. So it's, unless, again,
as far as we know, nothing of value is taken from the residence besides Nancy herself.
Unless there was something that no one knows about, some real valuable item that maybe she had, or a safe or something like that, and that was all they took, that'd be one thing. But it's the home wasn't burglarized in any sort of traditional burglary fashion. There were a lot of very valuable items still there. And they were there. These guys were in that residence for 40 some minutes.
Right.
I mean, so they were there a long time. They could have cleaned house if they wanted to, if that was the intent.
Right. You have the timeline where I think it's a little after 1 o'clock in the morning, 1:30, where the doorbell camera disconnects. And then at 40 minutes later or so, her pacemaker disconnects from the iPhone. The other piece of new news coming in, because we knew that the backpack was one that is exclusively sold at Walmart.
Right.
The type that he has. It's the only place you can get it. But now the sheriff says the clothing that this person was wearing, and I wonder if this includes the mask as well. If that's like not just a beanie that you cut holes in, but it's an actual, you wonder how many people in Tucson, Arizona are buying those with, how the weather is. It's not like he's in, Denver or something like that but the fact that it's a possibility that these are all Walmart items, what could that mean to this investigation?
Oh, that's huge. That's we have solved a number of cases. The most important one that I can recall, we solved a serial killer murder case, Joseph Duncan in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. He'd killed a family and killed a number of children on a countrywide spree. And it was because he left some items at one of the residences where the UPC numbers were tracked back to a Home Depot. And then once you figure out which location they used, there's video cams, you've got, you're running receipts, seeing if they used a credit card. You can literally track who purchased that specific item. The inventory systems at Walmart's and, any, Home Depots, those sorts of things are very, very detailed. So you can track it right down to who purchased it. And if they didn't use a card, if they were being careful and they were, trying to be careful and they were using cash, you can still detail exactly when that item was sold, and you can look at the video cams. And we've solved a number of cases that way. That's a very, very important finding. I'm hopeful that that's going to be really helpful.
Yeah, me too. And I'm because I know when the backpack story came out, you look at that and you're like, well, when was that backpack purchased? Like, how likely is it that, it could be a backpack that was bought years ago? I don't know how long it's only been available at Walmart, but then it's like the clothes as well. And it's like, if that all lines up, that this one person bought these clothes, like that could be huge to this case. I know yesterday, another kind of big clue that came out, or at least it seems like that on the surface to us on the outside, is this glove.
Right.
And they found a glove about 2 miles from the house. They say, and the line that gets everybody's attention is that it appears to be the glove that, matches what we see in the person on the front steps. Now, does that just mean it's like a kind of like a latex style glove? I mean, anybody could have those, but based off what we know about it, the DNA testing, what can we expect if that comes back as a profile that they can put into CODIS, that database?
Oh, that may be the biggest lead we have right now. If that's actually the glove, I can assure you people are working 24/7. They've identified the DNA already. And so they'll run that through CODIS. Unfortunately,
again, but it's a huge if that's the glove that the person was wearing in the video. Huge if.
What most people don't realize is unless you have a criminal history, or if you've been in the military, or if you've been a federal agent, your DNA is available because you've been tested. But it's the vast majority of the American public hasn't been. So they'll be running, if he's not in CODIS, they're going to be running that through historical databases. We just another case that was just solved that way was the Kohlberger case in Idaho, where he killed those kids at the university in Moscow. And that case was made by DNA. He left a knife sheath in that had his father's DNA on it. That was tracked through a historical database. And then of course we find out that Brian Kohlberger's a student, at a university 10 miles away. So it's cases are solved that way. So I'm really hoping that those were the actual gloves. We'll find out. But again, that goes to show, you can make so many determinations based on the sophistication and the talent of the individual whoever your subject is, based on their pre-operation and post-operation planning. And his pre-operation planning was terrible. He wears a backpack with reflective gear all over it. He doesn't come with anything to defeat the ring camera, even though he's got a backpack on. He could have had duct tape or spray paint. He could have defeated that camera in a second. Instead, he grabs a bush, which shows a real deficit of pre-planning. But post-op planning to throw your gloves, which, I've seen things like that in a number of cases, but why are you going to do that? Why are you going to, it makes you think about the intellect of the individual you're working, because you could take those gloves with you to a dumpster, 100 miles away, or you could burn them. You could, but just to throw them and leave them somewhere again really makes you wonder about how savvy the person is that you're working.
Yeah, and just on that, like, and if those are the gloves, and it's like, after all of this, like that's what they would do. It almost makes me like wonder if that's actually how it's going to be, because it almost just seems like, for as unintelligent they may appear on camera, like to just ditch your gloves about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. It's like
you can't we'll explain that.
You can't explain it.
It would be quite stupid for them to do that. And like I said before, is it impossible they're stupid? No, of course not. But I think it would be pretty dumb. And considering they still haven't found Nancy anyway, maybe not as dumb as they might think. Now, I've seen some of the FBI people say, "Oh, the stupid criminals, stupid this, stupid that." Where it's like, well, if they're so stupid, why haven't you found them? If they're so stupid, and you said the crime scene was a mess, well, what happened?
If that's actually what happens, and we'll see. Even with that though, because you do look at the camera. I also think of like his ski mask, and it's like a burglar in a comedy movie would wear that ski mask. I mean, it shows a pretty good amount of his face, as opposed to like some of the other options out there that will cover your mouth and the eyes will not be as it was just as if it was like, why would you, and I hope it helps lead to him. I'm happy he did, but it just seems like a very dumb mask to wear if you were going to go inside, someone's home. With that, knowing it's been, we're now entering the 3rd week of this, with all the mistakes that you see on camera, are you surprised that this case isn't solved yet?
Yes. Yeah, I really am. And again, not wanting to sound cynical, but time is just so much of the essence, considering her health and other issues. But I think during the first week, I sort of was of the opinion that they're just being very careful because there's these ransom letters. They're doing everything they can do to verify the authenticity of those, or if they're dealing with a real person. But the fact that there were there doesn't seem to have been any real solid verification of proof of life. There's not photos. They're not dealing personally with a kidnapper. That's very, very concerning. And I think it's telling also in the way that the family now in the videos that they're putting out. And I can assure you those aren't done without a whole lot of planning and talking to profilers and other things about what should be said in these videos. They've gone from talking directly to a kidnapper to talking to the public. And those are radically different things.
Because we've seen, and I was saying beforehand, like, you don't have to be an expert in body language to just know what Savannah got. No one knows what she's going through, but to understand how distraught she is, like, that is incredibly real. And it's a nightmare that nobody would want to go through. But when you look at the messaging where, it was the family together really trying to humanize her, the first couple of videos she posted, then you had the one around the deadline related to that alleged ransom note, where it was more this call out to the public. And saying, if you see something, say something. And it was almost the tone there was more of like the Savannah Guthrie from the Today Show that we all know. But then this one last night, where she's saying you can do the right thing. Like, she is speaking to someone, either the person who, kidnapped her mom, or someone who knows who did it, whoever it may be. Like, behind the scenes, for as authentic as videos like that look, like, what is the advice that the FBI can give a family member in that type of situation?
We have very talented psychological profilers that are working on this case. They're there, and those messages are specifically directed, and the language in them that is used is very well thought out. I mean, those messages just aren't, those aren't off the cuff. There's reasoning behind each one. I wouldn't be surprised if this one had a little bit to do with the individual that keeps sending messages and email, to media
Right.
outlets saying he knows who did it. I'm very suspicious of that, because that individual has had numerous occasions to really prove his veracity and hasn't done so. And by that, I mean every time that the Bureau and the Pima County Sheriff's Office has detained anyone for questioning, that person could easily step up and say, "That's not him.
Right.
You got the wrong person." You'd
Definitely.
be knocking it out of the park. You would be really proving your veracity, and because you're saying you know who it is, but that's not happening. So, yeah.
I know in the most recent, because TMZ today said they got another, I think it's the fourth message now from this person, and it's very
Right.
different the way that person, it's very different how that person is acting. The fourth email they get today from someone saying it's not that they kidnapped Nancy Guthrie, but they know.
Right.
And there's part of it you look at and you think that it's just a very different approach compared to the initial email, which was, "I want the money," and then there's no response whatsoever. But in
Right.
these emails, it just got me thinking, they talked about over the border and talking about Mexico. And in a past job, I drove through Nogales, like that entryway just south of Tucson. And like
Right.
anybody who's ever driven across the border, like it's a lot easier to go into Mexico than the process of answering questions,
Right.
on your way back. It's just, they're not checking vehicles. They're kind of
No.
just waving you over. It's like going through a toll.
Right.
How likely is it that the FBI is working with Mexican authorities just to keep tabs on whether anything is popping up that someone, especially after this video was put out of the person on the front steps, may have booked it across the border in hopes that that could cover their tracks a little bit better?
Right. No, I can assure you that the federales, the Mexican federal police, our counterparts, have been involved in this case from the get-go. I mean, literally from the very beginning, because just because of the proximity, how close Tucson is to the border. And again, as you've said, it's very easy to drive into Nogales. That's not, but there are cameras, and there are plus, I can assure you from working years of cartel cases, the Mexican federal police have very close contact with the cartels. They have spoken with them about this, because if she were in Mexico,
And I highly doubt this was a cartel related thing. I don't know what their motive would be to really do it. I also think it would have looked more professional, perhaps, if a cartel did it.
especially if she were in the Nogales area, the New Generation cartel's very active there. They would know. Nothing goes on in cartel territory that they don't know about. And I'm not saying, I don't believe at all that this had anything to do with the cartels. I'm just saying they would know about it. And the Mexican federal police have been speaking with them about it, because nothing happens in an area they dominate that they don't know about.
Because I would wonder too, like just on because I initially had that thought, just as kind of the, non-law enforcement person, just kind of watching this case and seeing how close it is to the border. And you're like, is this a cartel thing? But then you think about it, it's like, if you're in the business of drugs, like the last thing you would want to do is bring this type of attention on yourself, right? Is that like a fair way to thinking of like taking an 84-year-old woman
to the cartel? That's literally pocket change. I mean, this is not a, people talk all the time about the kidnappings that are cartel related in Mexico, but those have as much to do with politics as they have to do with, that's not a real money-making part of their business. They may kidnap a member of a family of.
That's a good point. It's not financially motivated as much as politically motivated. They want to get what they want done.
Someone who's trying to prosecute them, or of a politician that they want him to do certain things, just to teach them a lesson. So the cartels have not been coming into the United States and kidnapping prominent figures for $4 and $6 million. That's again, that's insignificant amount of money to them, and they don't want that kind of attention. They're already getting much more attention under the current administration than they want. So to do something like this would make no sense.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Yeah, it's something I think for a lot of us just on the outside, when you see, you just think of the border and, certainly some of the activity in Mexico, but, to your point, it just doesn't seem to make sense on that sense. A lot of questions unanswered now. Entering the third week of this case, you still hope that there's a happy ending here in some ways. Greg Rogers, retired FBI special agent. Great to have you on Law and Crime. Thanks for being with us.
All right, that's the end of that. So to end here, we'll watch a little bit of the interview room, their little panel, because people were mentioning them before. I think we're not going to be able to watch anywhere near the whole thing because it's so long, but we can watch some.
Or a phone or something.
Granddaughter, but a granddaughter. Also.
He's got two amazing granddaughters. And for those of you who don't know Vinny, which there's only going to be probably about one, and he's in the far corner on the other right side over here. I'm teasing. But Vinny is the lead anchor of Court TV and an expert on criminal crime and justice. And, of course, he's a legal journalist as a whole. But I've invited him here tonight because he's also he was a New Jersey prosecutor, and we want to get into some of his legal mind as well as his celebrity mind. But at the same time, he's also the host of an amazing podcast here on YouTube. Everybody get over there, slam that thumbs up, the subscribe button.
So yes, slam my like button too. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. There's a great flock of black sheep here, and I go live every night and talk about true crime and current events. And I use my own personal experience with mental health, addiction, and narcissistic abuse to do so.
Vinny's channel is going to be down below. You'll see it's under the recommended channels. Go over there and grab that. Subscribe. And he's also, but more importantly than all of the other accolades that we could probably sit here and give him for many hours, he's the father of 5. He is...
No, three.
Well,
three,
I just gave you 2 kids.
Granddaughter, but a granddaughter. Also.
He's got 2 amazing granddaughters. And also, you're an amazing advocate for diabetes awareness across the country.
I'm type 1, so
good old Chris and Yesh to the foliage grabber, they say.
I've had it. I got it as an adult, which is really weird. So I talk about it all the time because I think the more you talk about it, the more you know, the safer everybody is. So,
yeah, awesome. And so, thank you for your time tonight, Vinny. Hopefully we don't lower your property value. That's for sure here. Also to the left of Mr. Paladin is the one and only Dr. Gary Bricado, forensic psychologist. He's the co-author of the largest mass murder database in the world with over 119 years worth of data. He's the co-author of the book, The New Evil Place in these type of high-profile investigations. So we can get into some of the conversation if we needed to how the command staff is potentially thinking as this thing starts to unfold. And then immediately next to me is my old former friend and boss and partner is John Lamb. He was a former hostage negotiator, homicide detective. He's the author of Guarded. And now there has been some positive DNA testing on that. And they've also confirmed that it potentially could belong to a suspect. So what do you guys think about the latest discovery? We'll start with Vin. What do you think?
Well, from my perspective, the glove, I was hoping that they would find Nancy Guthrie's DNA on the glove. Because if you got her DNA somewhere on the glove, and Court TV, we always have a glove laying around, by the way. We've always had one. But if her DNA was on the outside and then they found DNA from an unknown suspect or unknown male on the inside, to me, as a former prosecutor, great. You've now taken the person whose DNA is on the inside because Nancy's on the outside of here, and you've placed him at the scene of the crime. But I haven't heard anything about Nancy's DNA. I don't know if they would release that to the public if it was there. But they did get some unknown DNA that is being run through the system. I think they were checking, double checking, make sure they're doing all the protocols correctly. But I think it's something. It's something. And, you know, it's the eye check. You look at it, it looks similar. Obviously, they have the glove in their hand, so they have a much better opportunity to figure it out. But I'm very optimistic about this particular lead.
Anybody else? What's your thought, Mike?
Yeah, I mean that it could be anything. Those gloves are very common. We've talked about this in the past show, where everybody uses them, and so how do you? It'll be interesting when you find out who specifically is tied into it and what their role was played in it. Is it one of the search and rescue folks? Is it one of the family members cooking dinner? It'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
So, Bob, you had an interesting thought earlier on. Tell the
And by the way, so Vinny Politan here on Court TV. Dr. Z, who I interviewed the other day, she's a regular guest on Court TV, by the way. And I'll start inviting her on some of these lives too. I just have to make sure she's caught up to date on whatever we're talking about. This case here doesn't involve as much narcissism, and that's her specialty. But people really liked the interview I did with her the other day. If you haven't watched that already, check it out. But we talked about the Nick Reiner case. We talked about the Michael McKee case. And she even talked about how you can trust yourself after narcissistic abuse. And I thought that part was really good too.
audience about how search and rescues go, because you've run those teams.
Well, good evening, everyone. It's good to be back with you. The search and rescue team.
Got a super chat here. Thank you so much, Kazuki. Those nitrile gloves are skin tight. Looks too loose in the video. Looks more like reusable PVC gloves to me. And I agree. I think they're grasping at straws to try to say it's the same one in the video. But I don't think it is, right? But that's just me. But thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you.
In Pima County is made up of both sworn deputies and civilian volunteers. And these aren't people that just show up to a search and rescue, the volunteers, that is. These are people that have been vetted by the sheriff's office in Pima County. They've received training from the sheriff's office. And so they roll out and are present and assist the sheriff in the myriad of search and rescues that they have in Pima County. And my understanding is they have quite a few of them. It's a county of over 9,000 square miles, almost 10,000 square miles, and a lot of it's desert, as you know. So they're a very active group. This is just speculation on my part, but I think on the day that Nancy went missing, they were called in, a group of search and rescue volunteers. There's probably a deputy or a sheriff sergeant that is in charge of them. He's assembled a group of them. They had a briefing, most likely at the house, whether that's in the street, whether that's in the driveway, perhaps in front of the garage of the house. Because remember, at this point, they thought that they had a search and rescue going on, and it was not a crime scene, or at least they had no evidence of a crime scene apparently at that point. So the search and rescue volunteers were given assignments to look throughout the neighborhood and in the Catalina Hills area. Most search and rescue volunteers will carry gloves, and that includes the latex gloves that we see in all of these photos and the one that we're talking about now. So they fan out in teams, they do their search. And if you remember, it was quite warm that afternoon. So when you wear latex gloves, and I'm sure most people have, but if you haven't worn them for a while, especially in a warm environment, it collects a lot of sweat. And I've taken them off in a hot environment and then literally had to pour the water out of them. So now I don't know if this happened or not, but it is entirely feasible that one or more of the search and rescue volunteers, after they completed their search, the search in their area, because it's hot, they take the glove off, whether they intentionally threw it down or it fell out of a pocket or a bag or something along the roadway. That is likely what happened in this case, in my opinion. So you have well-intentioned people that don't have either any or much training in how to conduct themselves around a crime scene, because they're civilians and they just don't have that kind of training, that are in a crime scene now. So that could account for the unknown DNA in the house and on the glove. That's just speculation again on my part, but I think that's a likely scenario.
Yeah. Johnny, you got anything?
I guess the thing I would follow on with Bob is that in the event that, well, we know that suspects will join search parties. And I mean, historically, we've seen that they'll either want to part.
That's like the old addict joke. They'll steal something from you and then they'll help you look for it. So in this case, it would be, well, I'll be guilty of the crime, but then I'll help you try to catch the suspects.
Participate, searching for the victim. So
that is a really good point.
So for instance, and this is pure speculation, but in the event that the suspect was involved in the search, could the glove have been left simply as another red herring to establish, well, of course my DNA was there because, well, I was part of the search party looking for the poor woman. So that's what occurs to me.
That's interesting. Look at that. You're talking about a chess move, right? If you actually did this, would you dare be part of the search team and then intentionally contaminate the crime scene with more, or contaminate the area with gloves just to make sure your DNA is there so it's not connected with the crime? That's some 4D chess, if so. So what do you think, chat? Do you think that could be a possibility? The suspect is so wily that they decided to look for themselves as part of the search team? 1 for that. 2 for no. That's just, he's as far away as possible.
That is interesting.
And kind of to elaborate on Bob's point. Yeah, to elaborate on Bob's point, if you're searching the house and you're done with, hey, search this room or these 2 rooms, you just take off the gloves and throw them in a trash can, because it's not a crime scene at this point. And you, in a search and rescue mentality, they just think it's just a trash can. And then the next morning, okay, now.
And let's face it, it would take a lot of balls to do that, by the way. It'd take a lot of balls to be part of the search team, and you're the one that did it. But it looks like this pretty even mix of people in the chat think it could be one or the other. It could be either.
Now it's switched from missing person to potential kidnap or homicide. That changes the game, but to the volunteer, they're not doing. They don't think those things through.
Interesting. Gary, what, from a psychological aspect, what John brought up, what kind of guy is going to reintroduce himself into the crime scene when everything's cooking, like Brian Koger, that kind of guy?
You need like a Ted Bundy. I feel like a Ted Bundy would do that, right? Ted Bundy, like, I'm so innocent, I'll help you find him. He would do it, but you got to be pretty bold and brazen, I think, to do it. Is it impossible? No, nothing's impossible. This happened before. But for some reason, I just don't think that happened here.
Well, I'm very interested in what we can psychologically glean from something like leaving a glove, whether it's the intellect level of a person, the disorganization that might have erupted, or whether somebody is staging things to some degree. Problem is, right now we're sort of shooting in the dark. There would be different types of people would do each of those things. It is intriguing if this was left by the person who was on the video, because the person on the video has an almost cool psychopathic-like detachment under pressure, where he looks like he's about to take a stroll, a leisurely stroll, and doesn't seem appropriately upset. I know that many of us have said that it's suggestive that he's sort of an imbecile, but I think it's more suggestive of being so cool-headed that he feels nothing. And the reason I'm starting to feel that way is because ultimately he got away with this. He did this in a way that's very difficult to detect. So he can't be that foolish. He just seems to not have a lot of emotion. So then it raises the question, well, then why would you drop the glove? If that's your style, is the idea that something has erupted that was not planned and you had to get out of there quickly and there was some disorganization? Or is it something you put down to mislead people? But I think we have to start to consider the possibility of some degree of staging. For example, as we've said, technically speaking, we still need clear evidence that this poor woman was even abducted from that house. It's entirely possible that she never made it back there. And somebody is trying to make us think that she was there and that this was an abduction. It's also possible it wasn't an abduction at all. It was a homicide. So I think that part of the trouble with this is if we all think that whoever did this is an imbecile or working alone, it all functions as a kind of potential red herring, taking us away from this could be a much more sophisticated, slimy kind of person. So I think we have to keep both of these ideas in mind when we think about the psychology of this person.
Yes, I'm going to move myself when Bob talks.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up, Chris.
Yeah.
With the glove, and again, none of this is being confirmed, right? We're getting reports from reports, etc. But if that glove was found where it's been reported, right, it would be a car that's driving down Campbell towards Tucson, and it would be on the side of the road there. But here's the thing, and I was thinking back to when we discussed the tossing of the phone in the Murdoch case years ago.
Yeah, right.
And this suggests to me that someone else is driving the car.
Yeah.
Because to toss that glove out of the window, you got to be in the passenger seat. You're not tossing it from the driver's seat, or like we did in Murdoch, they were talking about the hook shot over the roof. But that's a cell phone. Like a cell phone, you could theoretically toss it that way or toss it out the window this way. A glove, you almost have to like be going pretty slow first of all, and then get your arm out of the window and toss it out. If that's the glove that they're talking about, and if that's exactly where it was found. So that, if those two things are there, then we're talking about him being the passenger and getting some help along the way, and was heading back towards Tucson.
Right. And imagine the driver who sees you throw it out the window would also have to be an imbecile to not turn around and say, whoa, stop the car. We got to get that glove.
Yeah, what are you doing?
You need two morons. You see what I'm saying? And the thing, how many morons does it take to commit, so I think ultimately we have to figure that somebody's got a brain in this situation. So I'm inclined to think that the person is enjoying making a fool of us. And you know what I'm saying? Because ultimately, look at what they seem to have gotten away with for weeks now.
Yeah. Well, everybody's looking for you. It's not just the police. It's not just the fam. It is everybody is looking for you.
All right. Exactly.
Yeah. And that's why let's go back to the house, right? I mean, one of the conversations I want to have here tonight is the house and some of the technology that's being utilized to fly over the house, fly in the geographical region. I mean, what do you guys think? In the statistics, experience, all the stuff kind of says, look, if this is a situation that went sideways inside the house, maybe the suspect's intent wasn't to go in there, take her, et cetera, but it's, to Gary's point, something happened. Okay. And now we have a disposal problem, hypothetically, God forbid. Okay. But let's play that scenario through. Is everybody on the same page? She is such a low risk victim that there had to be some type of cross connection with somebody who has done this to Miss Guthrie. Thoughts? Throwing it out there. Benny, we'll start with you. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. From the beginning, we've been talking about this. I think that, you have to have some knowledge. But the only thing that makes me take a step back is like the person on the stoop seemed like, I'm surprised that there's a camera there.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Right? So that particular person may not have had the interaction. Maybe that person was contracted by someone who has the interaction, right? So someone who kind of knows the how, but still a little heads up. There's a camera right by the front door, so bring something other than a potted plant.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
And $10.88 can get you a backpack too, and throw your kid in it. At Walmart.
I think there's we're going to find out that there's a nexus, there's a connection. It's not arbitrary. It's very specific. I think.
Anybody have a different opinion, or everybody on the same page? Mike, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it all ties back to the house. I mean, there's so many, and that's where it could be the sheriff's hubris and believing that he's invincible and doesn't need the FBI's assistance that's eventually lead to his downfall, because the FBI has so many tools available to them. Many not known to the public. I mean, many of them are classified, and but they have this tool chest of things to use that are available to state and local officials and police for these types of cases. And so, if the sheriff doesn't invite the FBI in to help them, they don't have access to those tools.
Yeah, Johnny, thoughts?
Well, we're going to go back to one of the first nights we were on the air, Chris. Unless I knew more about what the conditions were inside the residence, we don't really know that she ever got into the house. We don't know that.
And again, that's something that's never been confirmed either. Who was in the car between Annie or Tommaso when they dropped her off? We still don't know the answer to that question.
That the entire component of the suspect, the one we see's activity there, has anything to do with her actual abduction or possible murder. And as far as this being a random act, I think we're in agreement. This isn't a random act. This woman was targeted by people within her immediate orbit. And that doesn't necessarily mean family, but she wasn't targeted randomly.
Bob?
Yeah, I agree. I'm certain that this is not a random act. As I've said on this show before, I don't believe in coincidence, especially in this kind of a high profile case. And someone that is familiar with Savannah and perhaps her mother, and may know them very well or may know them in passing, but there is some connection there. And
Freeze, did you like the video and subscribe to the channel yet? If so, or if not, get to it.
And so therefore, I don't believe it's random.
Gary?
Well, it's interesting. Some years ago, for fun, I've written some fictional stories about crime and detectives and so forth. And I'd written a story where someone had someone working with him to commit a crime and intentionally sent him into a setting where he would get caught on camera, because then that person would take the fall for the crime. It's an interesting thing. You could get creative with trying to understand why this person might have been sent in by somebody without much information. It's sort of an interesting thing. But I am inclined to agree that there is...
6 Angry Men, somebody said. When I was watching the movie Glengarry Ross, that was a play, but it stars Al Pacino, Kevin Spacey, Ed Harris, Jack Lemmon, and who else? Alec Baldwin makes a guest appearance. And there's a couple other guys in there. But the comments were saying they should call this 6 Angry Men. These guys aren't angry, though.
Probably some overlap between someone with a more personal relationship with her and possibly personal motive, financial,
Remember, coffee is for closers only.
Emotional, some mixture thereof, who is working with some other parallel individuals, either in a cabal or because they're hired. And I think as a consequence of that overlap, we can't get a clear sense of the motive. The evidence is all over the place. It's pointing totally away from any individuals that are close to her. And individuals that do such a thing, usually have a ringleader who is somebody right under your nose that you wouldn't, So I think we have to figure out what the heart is of this. But it does seem there's a nexus somewhere And it's presenting also as a fragmentation, even in the investigation, where people are sort of all over the map in terms of what they're looking at and not agreeing with each other and all that. So I think it's something like that, but I'm waiting for the facts to come out. But when I say someone close to her, let me be clear. I think you all agree that could be anybody from like someone who delivered a package to, did the pool, or whatever. It doesn't necessarily mean inner circle, but somebody has seen that house, has studied it, etc. So that is why I am so befuddled by the idiocy at the camera, or at least apparent idiocy.
So let's talk probably one side that a lot of folks, aren't really connecting the dots on just yet. I mean, from an investigative analysis aspect.
But remember, just because people are cleared now doesn't mean they can't be charged later. Like if other things pop up, all that would be the case is the sheriff would just be talking out of turn. But there's no rule, like there's no law saying, oh, once you're cleared, you can't be caught. What would be true is double jeopardy, not getting charged again for the same crime. That's a thing.
In fact, I mean, everybody here, Vinny, you've prosecuted them. You've sat with the detective. You watched this stuff unfold. So we want the audience to understand what's happening the very first day when they got there. Obviously, the sheriff's made it clear now, look, we were looking for a missing person. So that call comes out, in the law enforcement world as probably check the welfare. Okay. Check, 84-year-old woman walked away from the house. We won't know that until we hear the 911 call in totality. But the first patrol guys, that get there, their mindset.
So someone in the chat asked, what about the sketch that someone made of the person on the porch, the old porch pirate / foliage grabber? And as far as we know, nothing. Now, maybe what they've done, though, is they took that sketch, thanks for mentioning this, Hot Tamales, and they said maybe that's how they made that 40-person list that they went around to the gun stores. Oh, yeah, this person, we found 40 people that look kind of similar to this. So maybe that's just speculation on my part.
Is kind of like the first patrol guys that got on the Koberger thing, where they're thinking, okay, we've got an unconscious female. Maybe, we've got an alcohol thing here. I'll just grab my med kit, walk upstairs and boom, next thing you know, it all heck breaks loose. I think that's kind of what happened here on this case. Anybody got any other thoughts on, that thought process?
Yeah, they might have a whiskey with Maureen as well. What a hell of a circle that would be. A good drinking crowd. These 6 plus Maureen and Brian Etten. A good blunt rotation, as the kids would say.
Ben?
Well, I think that's what happened. One thing, though, that they did say pretty early was that there was evidence of a crime, but I don't think that's in the first moments. In the first moments, you're wondering, because I'm in news, like how many times a day in the news, and now we see it on social media, we have these alerts for seniors who have wandered off, etc. But in that first time that the sheriff's speaking, he's talking about that, that's not her. She's sharp up here and she doesn't have the mobility, right? She, 50 yards is what he said is about as far as he would expect her to go. What I'm wondering again with that 911 is, when does everyone notice the blood?
Yeah.
When do they notice the blood? Because that's not good. And again, you can interpret it a couple different ways, right? You can interpret it that, she fell inside, cut herself, and she's walking outside looking for help, right? Yeah. That could be one thing, but she can't go that far.
Yeah.
So,
what, like 50 feet, right?
That's what they said. Like the mobility just wasn't there, and she's 84, and she's not going to run off. She's going to maybe go somewhere. I think the furthest she would go probably would be like to a neighbor's house.
Right. And I think that was probably some of the first, to your point, that's probably some of the first red flags that are going off on this thing when the patrol guys when the deputies are there and they start looking through the house, and all of a sudden, they're finding the blood, they're seeing the disturbance or something, whatever took place in that house maybe they're seeing the point of entry or what appears to be a.
And the biggest concern I would have is they opened up the crime scene too soon. They did it before the FBI even got there. That's the biggest thing I don't like. But I don't know. Do you trust them to have done it well? I mean, and from what we hear with all the things they didn't do with the mat, etc., to me, it sounds like they rushed it. It sounds like they rushed it. And if they rushed it, how could they have possibly done everything they needed to do? I don't think they could have.
Point of entry.
And the reason why it matters is because the second you open it up and then you have people walk into the door, it just can contaminate everything.
Entry, the back door, quote, left open. Okay. Now that can be interpreted 1,000 different ways. Okay. So,
you know, another point, Chris, is we don't know how much blood was in the house. So if, let's say that there was maybe just slightly more blood inside the house than there was on the front porch, those responding deputies that thought that they were there for a search of an at-risk 84-year-old woman with a heart condition and found the door open, they might have thought, okay, she hit her head. She's now delirious or incapacitated even more from a cognitive standpoint, and now she's wandered away. Okay.
So as far as we know, there's DNA in the house of Nancy that is hers, and DNA of someone else that's not the family. But as far as I know, there's only blood on the porch, and that blood is Nancy's, from what they say.
So now these deputies are going to do, as I've said before, a thorough search of the house. That's the first thing you do on a missing person, whether it's an adult or a child. You search the house thoroughly, and that's going to take, you know, anywhere from 15 minutes to 45 minutes. And they're going to search the yard, and then somebody's going to make a determination whether they need more help. And that's when they called out the search and rescue volunteers. They're dedicated search and rescue volunteers. And that takes a little while for them to respond. As we've all seen and heard, that Catalina Hills area is somewhat remote because of the winding roads. It takes a little bit of time to respond from Tucson in the metro area. So this whole thing is going to take a little while. So obviously somebody, whether that's a deputy or maybe a supervisor that responded, brainstormed this and thought, okay, we've got more than a missing person here because we've searched the house, we've searched the yard, we've got volunteers that have been out searching for over an hour now, and now we see we've seen the blood. We don't know if that is her blood or you know, somebody harmed her in some way, or if she hit her head. So now that's when.
So what I want to hear these guys talk about is what they think about the DNA found in the house, right? And the DNA found in the house that's not Nancy's or someone in the family. What they think the percentage chance that they can turn that into something. That's what I'm interested in.
And the red flags go up. It's starting to go, it's going to a watch commander. Hey, we might have more than a missing person here. And then it shoots up to the chain of command. And let's not, you know, look past the fact that they already know it is the mother of a high profile person. And so that heightens the response even more, or at least it should. I'm not really sure whether it did in this case immediately, because I still don't know exactly how long it took for them to, for the sheriff, that is, to make a determination whether or not this is a crime scene or still a search and rescue.
Yeah, for those who don't know, this is the interview room. So they do these panel things. And it's interesting because they're going over the same topics we're talking about.
Because it sounds as though, from all the reports that I've heard, it's somewhere between 6 and 12 hours that they made this determination to call homicide detectives in. So I think we have to factor that in. And I don't want to overstate that point, but it is a.
By the way, we need to like the channel, or excuse me, like the video and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I'm live every night talking about true crime and current events, and I use my own unique experience to give my take, my spin. I shouldn't say spin, but more like my take.
A very important point in this case, especially when we're discussing the evidence and gloves found, whether the glove was in the house or not. And so we have to take that into consideration.
Okay. Mike, did you want to say something? I see you up there.
And
Where did John go?
yeah, I was just gonna say, as a reminder, John went
Go
home.
ahead.
As a reminder, the family's driving the conversation with the first deputies on scene.
Yeah.
So when the first deputies arrive, they're looking at the house and they're going to say, "Hey, everything's nice and tidy. Oh yeah, that's how mom lived." Or everything's in disarray. Oh yeah, that's how mom lived.
Woo! 528 likes. Can we get to 750 or so, or even 1,000? Or do I'm going to bite off more than I can chew? Like it for the black sheep in the comments. Because again, there's more comments in the live stream than there ends up being on the actual video. So people might notice that. But the live stream, holy mackerel, thousands of comments in the live stream.
So they have the narrative that they're feeding to those deputies. Now, I'm not saying that they're involved or that they're straying them off track, but they're framing up the first conversations. And if you see blood on the porch, oh yeah, mom's 84. She bumps into the wall and gets a cut on her arm and starts bleeding right away. Or oh yeah, that was from yesterday when she was working in the garden. Whatever. But just as a reminder, other people have. It's not just coming in and saying, "Oh my gosh, we have a homicide or we have a kidnapping." It's to Bob's point. We've got a missing person, and they're saying, "Look here, look there. Don't look over here. Don't look over there." Potentially.
And just one more real quick thing, Chris. I heard a report and it sounded credible, and I don't remember where I heard it. It was early last week, but it sounded credible to me that one of the initial responding deputies found the blood on the front porch. So, they knew it was there early on in the radio call, the initial radio call.
So is that a red flag? If you have the RP as the family and they're the first ones who've been checking that house looking for their 84-year-old mother and they missed it. Yeah, here's I'm going to play devil's advocate just for a minute, okay? I'm just going to throw a curveball to the group here, okay? What's bothered me from this thing, just taking it back to the beginning, right? The simplicity of we have the timeline. We have the timeline. We know for a fact that either the app that you guys pointed out, right, the Q app, and everybody's talking, Vinny, you even asked me about this, on your show, is this idea of, okay, we have a timestamp. We know when that garage opened, 9:48, it closed at 9:50. So there is, a stamp that says that happened. We don't have any of that in the morning when they get there. We have.
I think what you said about the blood spatter, hot tamales, was it could be like it's congruent with a nosebleed type of blood, right? Not like a knifing or something like that. It seems a lot like a nosebleed, I think is what Maureen said. Like she was being carried out of the house. Maybe not too far from the ground, perhaps.
We have nothing on the timeline that says, yeah, they drove from the house to find mom after they get the phone call from, her friend at church, which, by the way, is also a 2-hour difference because that's on the East Coast and she's on Central Time. So that's 2 hours. So if their church starts at 9:30, that's 7:30 for mom. Okay. And so from if 7:30 in the morning, if in fact that's the correct time, crunch here, when do they get over there? I mean, the sheriff came out, like I said the other night.
Okay, thank you for that, Cap. And it's like I said yesterday, right? Sometimes, and people take this too far too, right? The motive of attention and business is certainly not always the same as the motive for solving the case. They can sometimes overlap and they can help one another and synergize, but other times in that case, no, they can actively harm the case. And what should stop that? Someone's sense of morals and principles, right? But sometimes people just don't have them. And so they say, screw that. I'm going to do whatever I can for views. And it's unfortunate, but it certainly happens. And in which case, what do? I would say you stop watching them. That's the only way to really punish them. Because I always say the social media algorithm is just like a narcissist. Giving it attention of any kind feeds it. That includes the YouTube algorithm too. So you get angry about something someone says, you want to call them out. You might be tempted to say something about it, but in a way, it can actually contribute to them getting more views and attention. But if you ignore it, then the algorithm punishes what is ignored. So it's a catch-22, right? There are times for calling things out, but there's certainly other times for ignoring things. And of course, positive attention and admiration always helps the algorithm as well.
11 o'clock, he kind of estimated 11, et cetera. And as Vinny pointed out, he's kind of tightened that time frame up until, 7 minutes of when, I think it was 9:56 or something like that in the morning. Let me look at my notes to make sure. I'll correct that here in a minute. But
Chris, can I just ask
yeah,
you
go ahead, Gary, jump in.
One thing that's bothering me about the timeline is I want to know when the camera goes off because she's not on it. I want to know why we don't.
So my quick definition of a narcissist is someone that is covertly or overtly grandiose, is antagonistic, exploitative, hypersensitive to criticism and perceived criticism, and has impaired empathy. And has usually a sense of entitlement as well. That's what I would say a narcissist is. And if you want to understand what a narcissist is like, put their behavior through this lens. If everything they does makes sense when you say, okay, is it about power, control, narcissistic supply, and what's the other one I have? Power, control, attention, narcissistic supply, and avoiding accountability. Does it make sense? If so, you're probably dealing with a narcissistic person.
See her leaving and coming home. So when does the camera get dismantled?
Well, that's a great question. And this is why it's also confusing in the timeline. Because here, 9:48, right?
I blundered it. It's power, control, image, narcissistic supply, and avoiding accountability. I said attention, but it's really image.
She's dropped off. 9:50, the garage door closed. However, at 1:47, the Nest camera disconnects. So we know before that, we see this guy with the gloves and the bushes and everything covering that camera. So that has to be before 1:47 a.m.
But she could have gone through the garage and somehow not been glimpsed or even exited through the garage. In other words, is it possible she's just not in the view? But technically speaking, I mean, you think you'd see something. I mean, the car driving past the door, something to indicate that there's a coming or a going of this person glimpsed on this camera. The other thing that's bothering me a great deal is if a living person is brought out of their home and is walking to a car, because we know there had to be a vehicle in play if she was truly abducted. There's no question. And that's also supported by the idea of somebody potentially throwing a glove out.
And again, that's why I'm so curious about, all right, all the other Nest and Ring cams on the street. What did they see? Did they have a clear view to the street? And if so, what did they see? I'm sure they asked, and I know they did, but we just don't know what they found. I would think a vehicle would be a great lead because it can be difficult to hide a vehicle. So if you can find even just the type of vehicle, that would really help. But as far as we know, there's 0 leads in that department, which is, again, why I'm starting to think this just might not get solved. We're really hanging our hat on that DNA in the house.
The window, at least in theory, then I have to say, imagining myself into it, there's no way she would not have been screaming. When the door opened and she's being dragged out, she would have been screaming into the night for somebody to come to her help. Now, so how far away are our neighbors that nobody would hear somebody screaming on the top of their lungs? Because I don't know anybody, unless she was drugged or bludgeoned or something, that would not be screaming.
Okay, before we go to that point, that's a great point, because it is real quiet at that time.
It's illogical.
Okay, right. But so let's stay on the time frame here.
Right.
The timeline. 2:12, a person is seen on camera. However, it was reported, it was downloaded into a sheriff or into a server, so they weren't able to, specifically say who, what, when, where, or why with that situation. But there is a person, the sheriff describes what's seen on the camera as a person. Okay. Now here's where The curveball comes from me and you guys, and then I'm going to just let you guys run. At 2:28, her pacemaker disconnects. 11:56 a.m., the family checks on Nancy. If we take 11:56 a.m., that's their time. Church, hypothetically, is 9:36. If she's connected to that group where they're watching, back on the East Coast, they're watching a service from the East Coast, okay? Because there's a 2-hour time frame difference. So that leaves a gap in time. The second situation here is 12:03. The call comes into 911. So here's the big question for me, and you guys help me. When do they get over there? And if so, do they not go through the front door? Do they not go through the garage? And then do they go around the house? They, as Mike pointed out the other night, they look through the garage door and then they go through the open door in their 84-year-old mother's house. And now the 911's called, but they search for a little while. Okay. That's it. Thoughts?
Well,
so for the garage door camera, I'm sorry, the garage door timestamps, where are we getting that from? Because, my son can be up in LA and open his garage for me to go inside and get something and close it remotely. And he's 50 miles away. So
it's good.
We don't know where that timestamp's coming from. And if it's Annie showing the deputies, here's my phone, here's when we open and close the garage to let mom in. Okay, that's one thing. Or if it's because we don't know forensically what they did with Nancy's phone, if they used her phone. Because again, taking Uber to Annie's house, she most likely went out through the garage and closed the garage behind her. And coming home at night, that's most likely the way she went in, because the garage is illuminated and gets you into your house.
And who's running the Uber app? 84-year-old mom? Or did they order
She's
it?
sharp as a tack.
My mom does.
She's got it.
Yeah, she's sharp, and she still drives because she still has a car. So she's driving most likely during daytime hours on routes she's comfortable with. But when it comes to nighttime driving, she's Ubering it over to family's house and getting a ride back.
Okay. And how's she getting in and out of the house? She using the clicker or she using the app on her phone?
I'm going to say app on the phone because it's always with her.
Okay.
Yeah, she's technology savvy, and at least it sounds like it. So yeah, I would agree with that. But here's another thing, and I don't know if this is a major pointer, but even if you use a key, if you have a MyQ thing on your garage door that you use with an app, even if you use the keypad or a clicker to open it, it will register on MyQ. It registers every time the door opens and closes and timestamps it.
And that's what we talked about, right? If somebody had used the keypad, there would be a timestamp somewhere.
Right. So it's not just when you use the app.
So we know
the
now.
MyQ app. Right. Okay.
Finish your thought, Bobby.
Well, that's pretty much it. I mean, that's the point I wanted to make. And maybe I missed it and somebody else made the point earlier. But let me just say this. So to me, if it were my mother and I were Tommaso or Annie, I would certainly have a key to the home. I would know what the keypad is. I'm probably in and out of that home on a routine basis because, once again, I have an 84-year-old mother or mother-in-law with a heart condition that has mobility issues, and I need to get in there potentially in an emergency and to assist her. And so when I do come over to pick her up, to take her to dinner, or to take her shopping, whatever, I need to get in there, and I'm just going to help myself, if you will, to get in and out of the house. So I do believe that is a likely scenario, and hopefully we'll find out whether or not that is the case. But so they may not have gone around to the back door and found it open, or maybe they did. I mean, the time frame tells us that perhaps they didn't. So
well, if we go through pattern of life, right? Pattern of life. Okay. He took her the night before, if he's the driver, And that's mixed messaging there from the authorities, right? We've heard it's one, we've heard it's two, they both went. Okay. So that's kind of a mystery meat right now. And I'd be sitting in front of, the DA with Vinny going, hey, we haven't answered that one yet. We're kind of, but I need a search warrant. It's like, no, not yet, guys. We're not there yet. So, I mean, that leads me to this next thought process of why did they both respond in the morning when if only one of her took her home at night?
Well, I think they're concerned. I mean,
okay.
That doesn't bother me at all. That makes sense to me that they would both respond. Hey, your mother's missing. The back door's open. Well, they didn't know the back. I'm sorry, they didn't know the back door's open. Right. This is a call from the church person, but your mother didn't show up for church. I think it's reasonable to think that both of them went to check the house.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting to see how many times did they call to try to get through to her on her phone.
Right.
Does she have a landline also as like a backup? She might still have a landline in that house. She's been in the house, for 50 years? So there might be a landline. So remember, they're calling 2 different numbers and they can't track her. And I wonder if she has a locator app on her phone, like a 360, where they can tell, well, it looks like she's home. So that might either she's sleeping, she's not picking up, something like that. So when they get there, if they go if you go in the garage, you go in the garage. Like I have family comes over to my house, it's always the garage. It's always the garage. And I'm looking at my app now on the garage, and if you open it with the app, it puts the name down. But if you just open it with a clicker, it just says it's opened and closed. So you can tell the difference whether or not it's an app has used it. So investigators should know all that stuff as well.
Yeah.
So,
why do you think they're holding it back?
I don't think they're giving us anything other than things that will help find the guy in the stoop and help find Nancy. So I think the rest of it, they hold back. There's no upside for them. And maybe the more information you hold back, you deal with these ransom people. If you put too much out there, then, there's nothing that a legitimate ransom could tell you that isn't already public. So, isn't that crazy? We're talking about legitimate ransom. We're talking about fake ransom.
Well, which kind of, rolls into Gary. I want to hear your thoughts. And John, did you have anything else to say before we go to the next thought process here? And by the way, Savannah just put out another Instagram message here, and I'll play it here in a little bit. But John, do you have any other thing you want to dovetail into on that last bit?
You answered the question, which was whether the authorities had ever established whether it was one or both of them that purportedly transported her.
And again, that's a great point to mention. There's so many things that Sheriff Nanos and the FBI, they're not telling the public everything. And they don't have to, right? But I do think the media, their job is to be the watchdog of the government and law enforcement. But they can only do so much with what they're given. So we don't have all the information. We only have the certain things. They're breadcrumbing us. And that's a good word for it, too. That's basically what law enforcement's doing. They're breadcrumbing. And you could say some of the media outlets are then breadcrumbing the public with the story. Oh, we got this glove. Oh, it just looks like the glove in the camera. But they'll make it seem like, oh, there's a match. There's a DNA match. No, there's no DNA match. Oh, there's 40 people on the list. Another breadcrumb. What's another breadcrumb? Oh, we got this balaclava mask. A backpack from Walmart that may or may not only be sold at Walmart. So breadcrumb, breadcrumb, breadcrumb. So usually the term breadcrumb comes from a narcissistic relationship where they give you just enough to stick around. And the breadcrumbing love and affection. It's one of the unhealthiest toppings. Word salad topped with breadcrumbs. You don't want that.
To the residents, and they still haven't clarified that. And that would puzzle me as to why you wouldn't make that clear at this point. So that's my thought on that.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Gary, so here's a thought for you from a behavioral aspect. We look at this this individual, right, who's tampering with the Nest doorbell on camera. Okay. What do you think his level of mindset in planning? And does this action somehow show impulsive behavior or someone who's deliberately trying to reduce their risk of being identified?
No, I think it's very clear that this is a person who had a forethought and was planning, but there is a quality to it that is amateurish. Because, you know, I made the comment the other day that the outfit reminded me of Ralph Cramden as the man in space. You know, you take everything in the house and you put it together and you make a costume. There was something ridiculous about it because it's got hiking equipment, the holster that doesn't match the firearm in a weird way, being held. And I think it was even where it was dangling was weird. Unless the firearm guys will correct me, but I think it didn't make sense where he had it. I think there was also something sort of silly about the gloves because you couldn't really move your finger. I mean, everything about it was sort of ridiculous. So I think that in an effort to not buy stuff that could be traced, this person also sort of just threw together some kind of outfit. So what I think is you have a mixture of this kind of cool-headed quality that you see in people who are a little sort of psycho.
Hear that? I always make promises to Maureen, and the promise I made one time was 1,000 likes. So the promise today will be 600 likes at least, because we've already been at this for 3.5 hours, but we got to get the 600 likes. So let's get it done.
Empathic, we're under pressure, you just aren't very upset. You know, you could care less, you know, that kind of thing. Most of us would at least have our, show signs of anxiety in a situation like that. That can also come from years of doing it and losing your nerve, you know. And I don't mean losing it like you get nervous. I mean losing it as if you stop getting nervous. And also combined with a kind of a chutzpah, you know, that comes with people that think that they're more intelligent than
Chutzpah. You know what a chutzpah is? They say in Yiddish, a chutzpah is someone that murders their parents and then cries that they're an orphan, plays the victim. So I would always say narcissists are chutzpahs because they'll act like a victim in a situation they created. But that's also a cry bully. That's a better definition. A cry bully is someone who plays the victim in a situation they created.
they are. So I don't think it's impulsive, but my guess is that because this person probably lacks some kind of imagination about how human beings act, and is kind of unempathic. We saw this with Koberger, I think. You don't anticipate what's really going to happen when you get in there. You might lose a little bit of control and then make some stupid kind of boneheaded mistakes. But this to me has the look of what we see in people that are a little kind of antisocial and who are sort of relying on things that other people have done. You know, they've either Googled it or learned from other offenders or whatever, and they're just sort of imitating it. One of the things that I think we're seeing a lot of recently is people who are paying attention to true crime and know, for example, that Koberger, as a good example, or let's say the Brown shooter, turn their phones off. And so a lot of offenders are learning to do that. Well, this thing is going to ping all over the place, so let me shut it. You know.
And again, to reiterate everything we know about this case, they figured out Nancy was missing around 11 a.m., 12 p.m., actually a little more closer to 12 p.m. They know that either Annie or Tommaso dropped her off. Annie's car was impounded. Blood in the front step, that's Nancy's. DNA inside the house, that is also Nancy's, but also someone that's not Nancy or anyone she's close to. Nest cam taken. You see the image of the guy. You see his balaclava mask and his backpack. You see him kind of avoiding the camera too. And outside of that, you got those gloves that I don't think are relevant, really. You got those ransom notes that I don't think are relevant, really. And that is it. That is truly it. You're really just hanging your hat on the DNA in the house. That's it. So we have so little. I mean, let me know if I'm missing anything. I guess there's a gun in that guy's in his waistband too, for the guy from the Nest cam. But we don't know what they got in terms of other houses, Nest cams, ring cams. I mentioned the satellite thing the other night. Everyone poo-pooed me, though. Oh, no, that can't happen, Jared. NASA can't zoom in. I was like, I don't know. Worth a shot to ask.
So as they learned from each other. Rex Heuermann, if he's guilty, did a lot of studying of other offenders and learning tricks about how to DNA and so forth. So I think the other thing I would say about this person is that there's an amateurish quality, but I think they studied how to evade getting in trouble. So that I think that definitely I think there's planning and a cool-headedness and a callousness. That's the other thing I think we could figure out about this person, because think about the kind of human being you'd have to be in the cool light of reason to assault an 84-year-old woman on a walking device. Just think about how you'd have to be able to shut off your emotion. You'd either have to be totally reptilian lizard of a human being, or you would, with a practical motive, where you would just look at the person and think, you're in the way of money, lady, and you've got to go. Or you'd have to be somebody who hates their guts. It's one
do you guys think that this guy had that type of sophistication level? I mean, with his risk level, yes, he is.
Stupid.
It's obvious he's unsophisticated. Okay, I mean, the guy, to your point, he looks like Ralph Crandon.
It's ridiculous. It's
the moon, Alice. Okay,
Right.
I mean, the gun in the middle, the whole play, right? I mean, $10.88, you get yourself, a backpack. But I mean, that kind of, it sounded, that piece of the puzzle sounds like, oh yeah, this is, whatever, a tweaker, and he's decided to, break into some houses around the neighborhood, et cetera. But when you take the totality of the circumstances now, and you say, well, what about all this? By the way, I need, Bitcoin in an installment plan. You don't give it to me by, Monday. My number's gone up to 6 million. I'll start with 4, and then you get the secondary guy, playing behind the scenes of, well.
And that would be a charitable interpretation if they seem only incompetent because they can't share everything or they're not sharing everything. That's charitable, but that still doesn't excuse the opening of the crime scene so quickly. So to me, that's one of the bigger blunders. I'm not even talking about the way Rick Castiger and the other dude, Brian Etton, was interviewing, how they were bad talking the sheriff. I'm not even talking about that. I think their disputes stem from way back, and they're pulling their salt from those disputes and taking it out in the present. But the opening up of that crime scene too soon, that was not good.
Well, I'll tell you what, if obviously that guy didn't respond through the negotiations aspect, proof of life, et cetera. So I'll give him to you, and I'll tell you exactly who he is. Here's the number here that you can pay me. Okay, 1 Bitcoin, $60,000 or whatever. And then you got this guy in LA that the feds are dealing with who says, hey, I'll raise you. Okay, I'll go ahead and just send a text message to the brother-in-law and the sister, who aren't even the point of contact in terms of, conversation. And what are his text messages? Did you get the Bitcoin? We're waiting on our end for the transaction. Well, who's where? You got a mouse in your pocket? Is there more than one? Okay. And then you get that 9-second phone call.
And that's the other thing, though. I just think for the family's sake, the FBI and the local law enforcement, you should try to have a unified front for the sake of the family. You have those internal squabbles, have that behind closed doors. But those other guys, Rick Castiger and the other guy Brian Etton was talking to, his name escapes me, they had no problems laying on the dirt. That was a professional smear campaign. But granted, the tricky part would be, what if it's true, right? And I would say if it's true, even so, you probably should keep it behind closed doors.
Into a family member, and the feds have been very careful tucking that away. Everybody agree with that piece of the puzzle?
Never identified them.
I do. Yeah.
Right? I mean, the affidavit says a 9-second phone call was made into a family member. Well, who? Was it just the brother-in-law? Was it the sister? Was it Savannah? Was it her brother? I mean, because we can take Savannah and her brother completely off the table. Everybody agree with that? Vermont and New York. And you're not you're not taking your mom out that night. Period. There's no way in the world they're involved in this in any way, shape, or form. And I'm not saying the other sister is, but she does get a Bitcoin text message that is questioning whether or not there's a transaction taking place.
We hit our 600 like total, 601 even, Maureen says. Thank you so much to the flock of black sheep out there. You guys are the best. If you're still watching and didn't like, what are you waiting for? And please subscribe to the channel too. I go live every night to talk about true crime and current events, and I go over all sorts of people's. Honestly, on this channel, you're going to get the most well-rounded perspective because we listen to everybody. I've gotten so much information on this case, it's out of control. Although I will say there comes a point where you can almost get too much information and it can confuse you in a way. But we've listened to everybody, every Brian Ettin video, every Ashley Banfield video, many Law and Crime Network videos, many Tony Bruschi videos, a few of these interview room videos. We got you covered here. We got you covered. And there's some cool people in the chat.
And I think now then when you start looking at the other pieces of this puzzle here, what's the latest and greatest? The latest and greatest is, well, the guy went in there and it's a burglary gone wrong. Anybody think this is a burglary gone wrong?
No.
With 200 years of experience here?
Not at all.
Nothing was
Not
taken.
at all. Okay. So we're back to, okay, some of the simplistic things, and everybody here knows how these things always end up. You end up with this all of a sudden out of the blue because there's been a digital footprint that shows certain things happening in certain places. All of a sudden you see this massive, situation where, these guys are teeing up and they're going out with these boxes and these types of vehicles. And Mike, Bob, John,
Chris, before we move on to this, can we go back to the masked marauder on the front porch?
Absolutely. Go ahead. What are your thoughts?
We've had a lot of discussion about his demeanor. Virtually everyone has talked about his demeanor, and most people would agree that he was calm, cool, and collected. First of all, I don't think he was sophisticated enough really to do this.
Well, remember, the reason why we went to Megyn Kelly is because Maureen was there. We followed Maureen's into the pit of hell. And sometimes that means you go on Megyn Kelly's channel. And I don't mean I can tolerate her when she's talking about, I can tolerate her when she's talking about anything, but like, especially when it's about this case, I can deal with that. I just don't have that button in me where like it really gets annoyed for the very most part. It can happen occasionally. I've been mad, but for the most part, I can listen to anyone.
On his own, number one. Number two, if he fancies himself as some kind of a sophisticated criminal that's going to do an abduction and defraud somebody out of $6 million, he's failing utterly. The whole gun thing is crazy. I think he likely had a couple of or had two pairs of clothes on when he was on the porch. But I want to bring up something that I heard yesterday from retired FBI agent Maureen O'Connell, who was on another show.
He heard us talking about it.
And she posited that this guy was likely high on something. And she speculated.
As a former drug abuser, I don't necessarily think that's true. So I would actually disagree with Maureen on that. And by default, Bob here too. I just don't think so. I don't think he was high, really. I think weed is not the drug you're going to do usually to do a crime like this. Now, granted, some people smoke. They say it calms them down. Not for me. Certainly not for me. And I don't think they were drunk. Maybe a painkiller, maybe. But I don't think so. I don't think so.
Marijuana or oxy. Now that kind of sparked something in my head. How many times have we investigated crimes where we found out later, oh yeah, I was high when I was doing that? and I think mostly about robberies, but I've also interviewed a murder suspect or two. And John, you have, Chris, I know you have, I think all of us in law enforcement have, that investigated those kind of crimes. So that makes sense to me. And that would account for his cool, calm, nonchalant.
See, this is where the psychology comes into play that I think they should know this, but maybe they don't. When someone has impaired empathy or lacks empathy, and also they don't have the fear response that a lot of people have. If you're a psychopath, you don't have that fear response. You don't have much anxiety. You're not as neurotic as the normal person. And neurotic people are going to look at their behavior and be like, oh my goodness. That's why they think about the narcissist. Oh, they're just covering up their insecurity with grandiosity. And Dr. Simon would say, and Dr. Salerno would say, and Dr. Z, by the way, too, they would say, no, they're just different. They're wired differently. And they're not going to have that same fear response. They're not going to have as much anxiety. And it goes along with their impaired empathy. So just how they are normally could explain it to me. Doesn't mean it has to be a drug.
Attitude, apparent attitude and demeanor on the front porch. So what does that matter right now? It probably doesn't matter a whole lot, but just by way of explanation, because we've talked about this a lot, the audience, your audience has really had a lot of conversation about this in the chat and so forth. So I just wanted to get that out before we moved on to the next.
Bob, he may have self-medicated.
Yes, absolutely.
Maybe he is a player in this. He's a Confederate in this operation, and he's unsophisticated. And the time comes for him to move into an arena he's never done before, and he decides that he needs to calm himself down, and maybe he smokes himself a bunch of weed, or you say does some oxy. I don't see any evidence of meth there.
So pupils dilated would not mean opiates, that's for sure. Pin needles are what happens on opiates. But also, it's nighttime. And when it's nighttime, pupils dilate at nighttime. So it's going to be tough. And I mean, again, if someone takes normal medicines every day, maybe they took their normal medicines that day. But I don't know. I just didn't get the impression, oh, this person's like definitely like messed up or something.
And we certainly
meth would make him, as we know, would make him more excitable. And I'm not suggesting that this guy was fallen down stoned or anything like that. If he was high, he took just enough to take the edge off and to calm his nerves and to make him unexcitable. So I thought that was a great point that Marie made, and I hadn't thought of that previously, but it was a great point, and I wanted to give her some credit for that because it certainly resonated with me.
Yeah, absolutely, and that would put him into that would lean him more towards the unsophisticated burglar concept.
Exactly,
he's chasing the needle or something like that, right? You know,
exactly.
I don't buy the unsophisticated burglar concept. That's a low probability to me. And again, they're trying to read into his body language and maybe how his eyes look behind the mask or whatever, but I don't know. And maybe he could have been a decoy too. Maybe the real professional came in through the back door. That's also a possibility too, right? Because that back door was wide open. How's the back door wide open and the blood come out the front step? I haven't heard a good explanation for that besides more than one person was involved. So maybe a decoy. A decoy would just be a dope. But the real bandit came in through the back, maybe.
Exactly.
Well, if I make a quick comment.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting point, particularly because some of his movements are sort of weird and dopey and all that. But I think it's important that we also consider the possibility that some of the coolness that we're seeing simply comes from being a sociopath. So the one of the reasons that's so important.
He read my mind there, Dr. Gary. How about that?
Important is that if somebody has character pathology, you're going to see a history that is consistent with it, and that is very important for helping to catch them.
Yeah.
Because if you have a local person who would do something like this, chances are they've had run-ins previously with the law, And chances are that the person is a little bit of a hothead because this is a cruel person. This person is a type of person where people would remember him as a kind.
So maybe I should invite this guy on the show too, Dr. Gary Brucato. Type 1 in the chat if you would like me to interview Dr. Gary Brucato. And I might have to read his book first too. But type 1 if you would like to see that.
Of a hot-headed jerk. This is not some guy that's going to be the guy, doing the basket in church. You know what I'm saying? This is not a nice dude. So what I think is that they should be going around the area saying, anybody have anybody that you're aware of, who's might have been a sort of nasty to you or held a grudge against you or whatever? Because if this guy lives locally, you're going to remember this kind of person. And we have an idea of his body size and film footage of him and all of that. They should also be looking at people who've gotten in trouble for petty crime, sometime in the past, let's say 5 to 10 years, that reside in the area, because this kind of person tends to get in trouble for stupid things, shoplifting, driving, wildly, whatever, because there's something wrong with their frontal lobe. You know what I'm saying? They make stupid mistakes. Their judgment is messed up. So you're going to see.
Look at the two frontal lobes on either side of me here. I mean, what are you thinking? What do you think, boss? What do you think?
Well, this to me, this makes sense. That's the type of person, if someone else is involved calling the shots, that you're going to enlist to do this.
Right.
And who would agree to do it, right? It's not just like, if you're going to ask someone, you're going to ask someone.
But also, though, too, if you're breaking into a house, don't you think like adrenaline could be pumping too at that point, even without substances? And when your adrenaline's pumping, would your pupils dilate from that? I would think so. What do you think, Bella?
That you're pretty sure is going to agree to do it, right? So you're comfortable with them. So that's going to be someone like Gary described. That's the type of person you would approach. And we've seen this at Court TV. There's a case involving a guy named Henry Tenon down in Florida who was hired as a hitman to take out. There was a custody battle going on for like 7 years. So the ex-wife and her new husband enlisted this guy, who was a bit of a two-bit kind of criminal, to do the hit, and he did it, right? So they knew. All right, I approach him; he'll do it. It's like Mikey. Let's ask Mikey. He'll try not this Mikey, but any Mikey. He'll try anything, and I think that fits, and that to me that's consistent with what I'm seeing on the front stoop.
Right. Yeah.
All right. I think that might be a good place to end it for today, because we went over 4 hours here. But let's look at what time we are here. 59 minutes. This interview room is another 2 hours and 37 minutes, by the way. So, too much to go over tonight. But I think we got, 4 hours is already a long stream. But yes, if you're still here, remember to like the video. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. And I'm live every night, talking about true crime and current events. And there's a great flock of black sheep in here too. So till next time, everybody, over and out. Ann, hi and bye to Ann. I didn't see you in the chat before, Ann. That's right, Jimmy. You know it. Let's see here. The family is cleared from any wrongdoings for now. And maybe permanently. We'll see. Never forget, O.J. Simpson was cleared of any wrongdoing too. By Johnny Cochran. If the glove does not fit, you must acquit. It's pretty clever there, text lore. Little puzzle. Nothing wrong with a puzzle. We'll try to get Dr. Gary in here. But yes, Maureen, thanks for helping me get to the likes count too. I see where my girl Livin ran off to as well. Yes, he was. And he even wrote a book called B, How I Would Have Done It. But the real trial, he was not guilty for. That was the wild part. Oh, the talk soup. I love it. Thank you, Bake Cat. B knows O.J. Simpson was a foliage grabber. If you follow the foliage, does it lead to OJ or does it lead to his son? The world may never know. Well, Johnny Cochran, he got the defense or the juries he wanted, right? That's what a good defense lawyer will do. But Rochelle, thanks for finding us here tonight as well. Thanks for all the newcomers. Again, we're here every night. Hopefully you've all been very friendly. 634 is pretty good, Maureen, considering where we were earlier. We only had a couple thousand in the stream tonight. Buffalo Bill says, Jared, you had a lot of valuable insight to videos. Thank you. My pleasure. I'm happy to help. Good night to you. That's the goal here. I try to give as much good insight as I possibly can. Kat, good night from across the pond. Danielle, same to you. And everyone else. Bella, our resident surgery nurse. It's good to have some experts here. No Ellie or Jolly tonight. Where's George been? George has a few demerits in a row now. We'll have to get him for that. If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. Probably, Chuck. I would not be surprised one bit. OC girl, glad you were here. Glad we got to watch the interview room with you. But all right, everyone. 10-4. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. You can stay on the channel, though. Just not in the chat. Good night, everyone. Oh, hi, Ellie, and bye, Ellie. Oh, Ellie was lurking. I didn't know that, Ellie. You could have made your presence known, and you would have gotten a shout out. But I'm glad you're here lurking. And Canada is here lurking, too. I didn't know that. Sneaky. You never know who's watching out there, right? Thank you again, Maureen, for all your help as well. But all right, guys, have a great night.